And Trump predicts U.S. will achieve its Iran war objectives very soon. From the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic to the Northeast, unhealthy air from hundreds of Canadian wildfires that continue to burn, casting an eerie, orangey haze across a vast area and making breathing difficult, especially for those suffering respiratory issues. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are sharply lower. The Dow futures down almost 400 points. NASDAQ futures off 537 points for a loss of almost 2%. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
It's a big win for high-tech manufacturing in America.
Taiwanese chip-making company TSMC has announced its plans to invest another $100 billion in expanding its manufacturing plants in the U.S., adding to its previous commitment of $165 billion for building plants in Arizona. TSMC's total pledges for investment in U.S. chip-making would total a whopping $265 billion. The AI boom has seen TSMC, or Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, forecast record high profits, as the company is also a key supplier to NVIDIA and Apple. I'm Karen Shamas.
Saying that AI should not be dominated by any single nation, Chinese President Xi Jinping calling for more global cooperation in the development and governance of artificial intelligence, spoke at a forum in Shanghai. News and analysis, townhall.com. The Trump administration is dramatically shortening visas for foreign journalists in the U.S.
The new rule announced by the Department of Homeland Security limits visas to 240 days, down from up to 5 years. Chinese journalists will face even stricter limits, with visas capped at 90 days. This change has raised concerns over press freedom and potential retaliation against American journalists abroad. The decision will take effect within 30 days. Keith Peters, Washington.
Federal safety investigators say the driver of a runaway Tesla that killed a grandmother in her Texas home last month had pressed the accelerator to full speed, suggesting the vehicle's self-driving software was not to blame. The National Transportation Safety Board concludes the driver had overridden that feature by pressing on the pedal before slamming into the Katy, Texas home, killing a 76-year-old woman in a front room of the house. More on these stories, townhall.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, Your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 96 degrees, a low tonight of 76 with passing showers. Right now, the temperature also 76 in the River City. Moving on to D.C., a high today of 98. I think that's the network high, as a matter of fact, as I'm looking down the list here. A low tonight of 75 with late showers. Right now, the temperature already 79 in the nation's capital. The Nats cross the country to face the A's this weekend. First pitch tonight at 9:40 p.m. Eastern. In Atlanta, you're going to see a high today of 90. Storms and spots, a low this evening of 72. Right now, the temperature already 77 degrees. In Georgia, the Braves will welcome the Texas Rangers to town for the weekend. First pitch tonight, 7:15 p.m. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 88, a low this evening of 73 with possible storms. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee already 77 degrees, just like in Atlanta. Philadelphia, high today of 92, a low of 74 this evening. Right now, in the city of brotherly love, the temperature is 75 degrees. The Phils aren't back in action until tomorrow when they'll welcome the Mets to town. First pitch at 4:05 p.m. Morgantown, shout out to you. High today of 91, a low this evening of 72 with possible storms. Right now, the temperature in by God, West Virginia, 67 degrees. Pittsburgh, last but not least, you're looking at a high today of 91, a low of 74 with storms and spots. Right now, the temperature is very comfortable, 64 degrees. The Buccos travel to nearby Cleveland for a series against the whatever we call them these days. First pitch at 7:10 p.m. Several players tied at 5 under as the Open commences its second round in England. And LeBron is still weighing his options in the NBA. Meanwhile, Bronny James... No, I don't have anything else to say. That's the joke right there. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now, for a few words to the wise. You know, not that he cares, but for almost 20 years now, Barack Obama hasn't been able to live down words that he uttered toward the end of the 2008 presidential campaign. Those words being that he hoped to fundamentally transform the United States of America. As many have noted ever since, somebody doesn't want to fundamentally transform something if he actually loves it. If a person, say, adores a home, he wouldn't take a bulldozer or a wrecking ball there too. He might see fit to remodel the kitchen or add on a Florida room, but those wouldn't constitute a demolition. No, these changes would constitute modifications, or if you will, amendments. Maybe you're already picking up what I'm putting down here, folks. If you recall from yesterday, I mentioned that, unfortunately, the Constitution isn't always as clear or as explicit as desired. That includes the provision for altering the document. Ideally, the Constitution would have read that if necessary for further sanctifying individual rights, we could revise it accordingly. Yet, thanks to the definition of what an amendment is, as well as, of course, the overarching guidance that we receive from the Constitution's preamble, we can constructively infer that the only valid amendments to the Constitution are those that reflect its commitment to individual rights. By proper jurisprudence, any measure that would undermine the Constitution's fundamental objectives is, and here's my favorite phrase again, automatically null and void. Why? Because the measure would constitute not an amendment, but rather a demolishment. In all candor, this includes a few already and inanely affixed so-called amendments which our courts should promptly declare illegitimate, as they are weapons of destruction rather than tools of construction. If fans of statism don't like this, well, tough. Etymology and logic dictate that you can't use a part to destroy the Constitution's whole, and that if you want to enact collectivism, you're going to need a new country and another constitution altogether. And I sure hope that you never get either, certainly not anywhere near these shores. Words matter. Definitions matter. As a picture conjures 1,000 words, a word conjures 1,000 pictures. So we'd better make sure that they're the right pictures. Lucky for us, the Constitution's framers get at least high enough marks for their word usage. Next week, I'll talk about some more contemporary word usage that maybe isn't so advantageous. In the meantime, though, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Minnesota Get-Together, August 27th through Labor Day. The state fair famously hosted then Vice President Teddy Roosevelt in 1901, where he delivered his legendary Speak Softly and Carry a Big Stick speech.
I promise you, the president has a big stick.
Rutherford B. Hayes, Kennedy, Coolidge, Eisenhower, Harding, Taft, all have visited. Other historical highlights.
Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon.
In the early days of Black Lives Matter. And dairy princesses getting their heads carved out of a giant block of butter. If you want to be a part of the action, come to their job fair next Wednesday, 4 to 7 p.m. Available jobs include ticket sellers, ticket takers, cashiers, custodians, office help, public safety, exhibit staff, traffic and parking directors, costumed characters, and ride attendants.
The older boy, last season he was a pixie dust spreader on a tilt-a-whirl. He thinks that maybe next year he'll be guessing people's weight or barking for the yak woman.
The catch? You have to be at least 16 years old, present 2 forms of identification, and agree to work all 12 days. Tips to aid your chances of getting the gig: they ask you to be well-groomed and neatly dressed. Review the list of fair-time jobs and be prepared to discuss your areas of interest. Review your resume and be prepared to discuss your education, previous jobs, volunteer work, and other experience. Silence electronic devices. Be courteous, smile, and polite. Use proper posture. Answer all questions completely and ask questions. Thinking outside the box? Nonsense. This is Minnesota, and all are welcome here.
I suck at this job.
Here outside the box with the Ox of the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the one man Chuck Norris refused to throw down with, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you with me, TGIF. I am John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Great to be with you today. We are live in New Kent, Virginia at Colonial Downs. This is one of my favorite places to be. Going to be here Friday, going to be here Saturday, going to be here Sunday. We got our suite going, got a big party on July 18th coming up for our staff. So DC dispatchers and all our friends are going to be there on the 18th. So we'll have another one for our listeners that we'll have in August. But right now, let's rock and roll, baby. President Trump yesterday, Dan the man, you better lace him up, Danny, and lace him tight, because President Trump releasing everything, all the things that we knew, that the CIA, the corruption in the deep state covered up all of this nonsense on election integrity. They covered up the fact that China had all of our voter files. They covered up the fact that all of these machines they knew had vulnerabilities that they could be hacked into. They covered up 275,000, 250,000 illegals on our voter rolls, which can switch congressional districts, Senate races, you name it. They covered the whole thing up. This is a deep state scam. And guess who was right there with him? Guess who was right there, part of the scam, right? The fake news. That's why at the press briefing yesterday, unbelievable. Every single question about one thing. Well, what about, did Biden win the election? Does Trump think he won 2020? And, what does this have to do with the price of tea in China? And what does this have to do with affordability? And like Levitt kept saying, watch the speech. Now, I thought it was a 10. I think he laid everything out. And look, the Democrats don't care about this because they can't win without cheating. When you can't win without cheating, then you've got to cheat. And this is why the Democrats love the cheating. They love the fraud. They don't care about fraud. They don't care about anything. All they care about is power and winning and getting some kind of a communist state that eventually they're going to be able to do now, or they're trying to do. Now, I got to see indictments. The next step is we're going to release the files, right? Then we got to see indictments. If no one is held accountable for this, it is a meaningless exercise. And I think everybody is with me here. We've got to see perp walks. We've got to see indictments. Who knew? When did they know it? How did they cover up? Here's what the president said. They were carved out of his briefings. He said, I get an intel briefing every day. They were legit. They were systematically, by the deep staters and the CIA, they were carved out and cut out of my intel in both from 2018 right up to 2020. And remember, it was Biden when he slipped one time in the basement and said, well, we got the biggest fraud operation going on. That's why we're going to win. Remember, he slipped that out, right? People forget about that. He knew. Biden knew this thing was stolen. Look, he didn't say he won the election in 2020. So the fake news can't jump on that. He didn't say that. He simply said, we're at risk. They're vulnerable. How did the Chinese get 200 million of our voter rolls? How'd they get that? And the CIA knew about it, did nothing. The government is corrupt top to bottom. You know, you had Mr. Compatore's widow on yesterday who said she's convinced that the assassination attempt on President Trump that almost blew his head off, that killed her husband, she's alleging now it's an inside job, that people inside the government plan this. Now, that's her allegations. I don't take this lightly. We've never got to the bottom of this kid, how he got a gun, how he was there, why he was there, what the motive was. His apartment was crystal clean. Everything was wiped down. Why? No one knows. We've never got to the bottom of this because they don't want you to. Just like they don't want you to get to the bottom of these 30,000 fake ballots sitting in a warehouse in Atlanta. Nobody wants to get to the bottom of this. President Trump's had enough. And so I thought his speech was a 10. I thought he laid out the tremendous progress he's made on crime, on affordability, on inflation, on gas, on Iran. He laid it out. And the fact that two of these stations didn't even cover it, now he's asked to revoke their licenses. That's what, CBS and NBC, or what? I don't want to get it wrong, guys. So let me just be positive of this. Okay, hang on. Hang on, just a second. I just had this down, and I don't want to provide you with something, but yeah, I mean, he's got two of these that the president unequivocally and he's asked for the revocation of their licenses, right? That's the other thing. I mean, this is just unbelievable. He attacked, ABC and NBC and called for their broadcast licenses to be revoked after the two networks didn't carry his primetime speech where he accused China of illegally accessing U.S. voter data and restated his long-running grievances about what was happening in these elections. Now, aside from NBC and ABC, CNN also didn't carry the president's speech. I mean, you got now networks deciding we're not going to cover the president because we don't like what he's saying. We're only going to cover the bad things. Should their license be revoked? Absolutely. Absolutely. How do you get a license as a network and you don't cover the president's speech? We have got to have consequences in this country. If you're going to win the midterms, now's the time to do it. Indictments have to get handed down. Otherwise, this is another nothing burger. Yada, 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 yada. Handcuffs have got to come out. We've got to see the perp walks. Who are these people? Why was the leader of the free world, why was the executive of the country, the president of the United States, denied intel? That basically you got the deep state now running the country. Who Who made that decision? I want to know. Was that Brennan? Who made the decision? Who made it? Who made the decision not to give the President of the United States accurate intel so that he could make accurate decisions on the behalf of the nation? Who was presenting that to him? And how did it get there? I want to know the whole thing. This is a huge breakdown of governmental protocol and norms that has far-reaching consequences well beyond who won Georgia, well beyond Michigan, well beyond this. To me, the biggest thing that came out of this is the deep state, the CIA, the corruption there. You had intel officers who were withholding intelligence that they had gathered from the chief executive of the United States in a conscious effort, not incompetence, not it fell on the floor, not they couldn't find the paperwork, not somebody deleted the file and hit the D instead of the Alt button. No, they deliberately decided to withhold information from the president. That would be like when he gets his intel briefing on Iran and the deep state doesn't like what he's doing, they withhold information or give him false information so he can make bad decisions. I mean, do you get the depth of this? That was the buried headline. I mean, I get the election fraud. I get all that. I get the machines, the vulnerability. Everybody knew that. We've all been saying it forever. These things are not secure. They get hacked into. We didn't know that China had all this access. We didn't know exactly what they did. Now it's laid out. We didn't know that there was, almost 300,000 illegals voting on the voter rolls, scamming us, right? That we didn't know. But the buried headline here, to me, the biggest thing that came out of this is the President of the United States was denied intelligence from the CIA, who's their job to gather it and provide it to the President on a daily basis. And they didn't do it. They withheld information from the leader of the free world, right in the Oval Office. That's when they delivered the intel briefings. They carved it out. So we didn't know. So we didn't take action. So they could win. And they collaborated, in my humble opinion, allegedly. Definitely the fake news was in on this. They knew. They lied too. This was a concerted effort to tank the midterms in 2018 and to not reelect this president in 2020. And we don't even know where the bottom is. We can't find the bottom. This, what you saw yesterday in this speech, this was just a little itty bitty tiny glimpse of what has been going on in this country, because the Democrats now cannot win without cheating. They can't win without people voting without IDs. They can't win without illegals voting. They can't win without mail-out ballots, scamming them. They can't win without going to Skid Row, giving somebody $5, having them sign a ballot. They can't win. Nobody's going to vote for these people. You know it and I know it. The fraud is beyond the pale. It's horrific. And we're standing around doing jack crap nothing. And if we don't get indictments, it's all talk. I want somebody to call up and disagree with me. And I know there's going to be hand wringers. Well, there isn't really proof. Yeah, he's got all the proof he needs. Proof is they didn't tell him what was going on. What more proof do you need, folks? You don't need any more proof than that. And then to not carry this, I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable what we've seen. It's just crazy. ABC and NBC, thank you. Dan says it was a great speech. Dan, open your mic up. I know both of us are tired today because we have to stay up.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're staying up for, though.
I thought, look, I'm a Trump supporter. I get it. I mean, I love the guy. When a couple of things, when, I don't like, I call it out like any legitimate MAGA person would. But I thought his speech last night was phenomenal.
It's really good. Yeah, really good. The fake news folks, though, did issue a response. I have it here. Here's what they have to say, folks.
I like turtles.
Play that again. Here's a fake news response.
I like turtles.
All right, Dan, stay on the line because the problem was the speech was over at 9:30.
Yeah.
And then, you just can't go to bed. I mean, you just
no. I stayed up for another hour and a half. I was.
You just can't because you're wired, and then you're thinking, then you're reading about it, and then it's like by the time you get to bed, it's 11 o'clock, and then the alarm goes off at 3:45, and I'm 30 minutes away. It's like whatever, dude. So I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I did take.
Well, luckily today is Friday, so we
God.
have the weekend to make it up. So yeah,
we
that's
got the weekend.
good.
We got Godzilla with tomorrow. I'm live at Colonial Downs, and it's just great being here. I love coming here. I'm seeing right now. You can't beat this, guys. And then we'll go to a break and take calls. I'm in my suite, which is Suite 9, which is my favorite suite because it's right at the finish line. And I'm at Suite 9, and I go out and I look at the horses. Jogging and some of them getting workouts, and it's just beautiful here. It's just so serene. So last night I took Michael to go meet one of our horses, our horse Bayport Parfait. That Bayport loved Michael. Did you see that picture I sent out?
I did. Yeah, that was great.
Let's put this up.
I'll get that during the break. And
when we get back, the pictures of Michael Bayport Parfait. He loved. He's a frisky. He's game. He's a gamer. He'll be in there about a month. He loved Mike. Mike was playing with him. And they was trying to bite his shorts. It's pretty funny. He liked Mike.
Oh man, yeah. Well, who doesn't like Mike? Coleman's a great guy. So yeah.
Somebody put that in the chat. I think it was John Lee Cute said.
Yes.
Everybody loves Mike, even your horse.
Yep. A man of few words, Mr. Coleman. But yes. Hard to dislike Mike.
I traveled with him for 4 days,
Oh yeah.
Monday to Thursday, and he went back last night, and I'm like, here's your went so great. I'm like, here's your problem now. I'm going to be asking you to travel with me more because you're that good. So that's that. It was great, but now your problem is hey, we got this other event, Mike. Let's go. I think he enjoyed it. It was really the first time he was out with me for that length of time, and he got to see everything, and see. And he took the organized chaos down to just organized. I mean, everything ran so smooth. He's a smooth operator.
Coleman's great.
We'll be right.
Love
back.
Coleman.
We'll be right back, guys.
Is fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
John Fredericks Media on YouTube is all that and more. Wake up to watch the John Fredericks Show live and stay on top of the news you need to know. Rewatch your favorite guest interviews, follow John's national media appearances, and dig into the archives of America's Godzilla of Truth. All that and more. It's John Fredericks Media on YouTube. Hit YouTube, search John Fredericks Media, subscribe, bookmark it, log in today. John Fredericks Media on YouTube.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, and we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Yeah, you got him. Great to have you live at Colonial Downs. Racing today, 12:30 p.m. Racing today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you want to come down here to New Kent. I'm live. This is the most beautiful racetrack in America. It's right here at Colonial Downs in New Kent. More information, you want to go to colonialdowns.com. Colonialdowns.com. Got my suite here. I can tell you it's gorgeous. This is the most gorgeous track in America. You're going to love it here. It's so much fun. Come to Colonial Downs. Bring the family, parking free, general admission free. You can get box seats. You can go to the Jockey Club. You get all that. Watch the horses up front and close. Bring the kids. Food is great. Have fun. Win money. I'm sorry. colonialdowns.com. That's colonialdowns.com. And it's also Virginia's premier racetrack destination. There's so much experience at Colonial Downs in New Kent. Live racing right through September 7th. Get this, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days a week, post time, 12:30 p.m. Have fun. Come on Saturday. We're going to be here, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be here the whole week, leaving on Sunday. Got my horse stabled here. More to come. Good to have you with us. And we'll let you know when he's in. And tomorrow on Godzilla Wins, I'll give you a couple picks. I'll give you a couple winners for tomorrow. Out of the goodness of my heart, Godzilla Wins is back on Friday. Baseball's back. Godzilla Wins is back. Go to GodzillaWins.com. GodzillaWins.com, Danny. Let's talk more winners. I love that mantra, Dan. I came up with that. Isn't that great? Let's talk.
It's a good one.
Winners. Yes. That's my branding. I didn't even ask anybody. Like normally I'll run this stuff by Teen, and it was so good. I'm like, this is too good to even get anybody's opinion on.
I haven't responded to the invite yet, but I am going to do the show tomorrow, of course. I'll be doing it from home and then headed straight to Colonial Downs after that because I got to produce the Killer Carl show with a guest host because Killer Carl will be going to Colonial Downs tomorrow, I think.
Let's talk more winners.
Let's talk more winners.
Why don't you do it from here? Oh, you have to be in the studio.
I have to be in the studio to produce for the Killer Carl. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah,
you should rent a tape.
Yeah. Get Coleman to do it. Where's Mike Coleman? We haven't called on him enough.
Coleman's on vacation.
That's right.
No, starting on Saturday. Yeah,
he is. That's right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh goodness.
And Al's never seen. Al's never seen 8 a.m.
Is Al? What's Al gonna do? Is Al gonna be here on?
Yeah, he'll leave after. He'll leave after the show.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, I'm not managing it.
I don't. Colonial Downs is on his way home, so there's no excuse for him not to make it at least by to say hi.
I'm not involved.
Yeah.
I have no management responsibility.
Do I look like I have a plan?
Yeah, that's right. I have no. That's the clip we need to get. Let's find that clip. The Joker.
Yep.
Do I look like a guy that has a plan? Go find that for me. Plus, we need more coaches clips.
Yes. Yep. Well, I have this stuff on the ready. Let me see here. I think I have the Joker clip right here. As a matter of fact, let's see.
Play it, and then we'll go to the calls.
Let's see here. Where is it? There it is.
Hi. You know, I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us, Harvey. When you and Rachel were being abducted, I was sitting in Gordon's cage. No, I didn't rig those charges.
Your man, your plan.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan? You know what?
All right, we need more coaches clips. Find some new ones.
I'll do that this weekend.
Get on the stick.
Yep.
All day Sunday.
That's right. Exactly.
Work 7 days a week.
I pretty much do.
World.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some. Let's get to some phone calls, and we got a bunch of clips here, but it's Friday. Let's get to Johnny in Jersey. Johnny in Monmouth County, big race today. Johnny in Monmouth County racetrack. I'm going to be betting that. That's on Saturday. That's what I say today. On Saturday, big race in Monmouth Park. So I'm going to be seeing that on the big screen and wagering on that. But John, if you want a winner and you're nice to me, I just might give it out. Just if you're nice.
Listen, I'm always looking for a winner.
That's why it's
anyway.
Go ahead,
exactly. Yeah. Listen. Anyway, I knew I had to come to this show to kind of get the summary, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. First off, the ABC NBC thing. When I heard that, I actually think, why? I said to myself, why in the world would they do that? First off, they have no credibility to begin with, but they basically just validated everything everybody knows. I mean, they are he has these people so damaged and so twisted up. They don't even understand what they're doing anymore. That's what I had a couple of friends that said, "Can you believe they're doing that?" I was like, who watches that stuff anyway? And that's actually a good thing for us because it just discredits them even more. I mean, it's insane that a major network, and what I loved about it, and the very lead was there, was that they're getting this stuff for free from the public and insulting us. So the bottom line is when Trump pointed out that they were free and they're violating the air, I mean, how they could not take the president of the United States that says, quote unquote, I'm making a major announcement and not carry that live. That alone is just so appalling. But the fact of the matter is it was the subject and how they avoided it. I mean, he has them just like you said, when your enemy's destroying itself, just get out of the way. And like I said, nobody watches this stuff anyway, but except for like the mentally ill or the people that don't know how to, stream at this point. But I saw what you saw in that speech. I mean, the fact of the matter is they hid all of this. And what we need, what Trump needs, the only criticism I have overall is, he's overpromised and underdelivered on a couple of different items. On this particular item, we have to get some sort of accountability. We have to, they're doing great with crime stats and they've done so much, this administration, that, all his detractors and all the negative people, the doomers, will say he's not doing this, he's done a ton of things. But when it's come to government accountability, he has fallen short a little bit. Although, he has Bolton and stuff like that. So I'd like to see some of these actors. I mean, can you imagine they were changing the presidential briefs? I mean, that is
See, that to me was
insane.
the buried headline. That was way beyond anything else he said. I mean, this is the president of the United States. We have basically this is a shadow government, basically not giving the president accurate information deliberately. It's one thing if you're incompetent, you just fire them all because you're incompetent. They had the information. They made a conscious decision, an illegal decision, to carve it out and not present the commander-in-chief with their intel so that he couldn't act on it. I mean, this is no different than if we had intel on Iran right now and he goes in his briefing in the Situation Room and they know he's going to react to it and do something, so they don't tell him. And so he makes another decision which is based on the lack of information because they deliberately carved them out. That to me was the buried headline. Nothing else matters to me. I mean, everything else. And then you nailed the second thing. There's got to be indictments. And I'm going to stop using the word accountability because I don't even know what that means now. I want indictments. I want perp walks, handcuffs, and indictments. I want to know who made the decision in the United States government to withhold intel from the President of the United States in the morning daily intel briefing. I want to know who made that decision. Somebody made it. Somebody, I don't care if it's a lower level person that threw the binder in the garbage and got a new binder. Somebody made that decision, or a group of people made it. I want to know. And I don't think a day should go by that we're not focused on this. A day shouldn't go by that we're not fighting for the Save America Act. A day shouldn't go by that we're not trying to get to the bottom of all of this. Of these people hacking into China, trying to, getting our voter rolls. Like, what the hell is it? 300,000 illegals voting in elections? We don't even know where this is. No IDs, paper ballots. You saw what happened in LA. They're on Skid Row paying people $2 to sign a ballot and fill it out. People on drugs. Nobody even knows who they are. They just put them in boxes. I mean, the fraud in this country is beyond the pale. And the Democrats and the fake news won't deal with it because if it goes away, they lose. I don't know how anybody in America can't see what we saw last night, John. Anybody. And yeah, Brendan Carr should revoke their license tomorrow. Or the fine should be in the bajillions of dollars. Cripple them. What do you mean you're not going to run the press? Like, who do you think you are? Like, who does ABC like, who do you think you are? You're going to now make the decision. Here's what they told you. We are now going to decide what information you get. Just like the CIA deep staters decided what they were going to give President Trump. We're now the arbiters. ABC and NBC are now the proclaimed arbiters. This is the way you have to frame this. They're now the proclaimed arbiters of giving you information. Basically, they censored Trump. That's what happened. It was a censorship. Unbelievable. John, I'll give you the final word.
No, you nailed it. It was the censorship thing. And let me see what more than Iran, more than anything, if our elections are not secure, honest, and viable, we have nothing. This is a civil rights issue. And the fact of the matter is, listen, John Thune's political career is over. It's done. So either he's complicit in the fraud, and he can't be this stupid. So the bottom line is they have to, how anybody could look at that, and the fact that they have 220 million records randomly floating through the ethos of this, and nobody's doing anything. They're not rushing to the podium saying, we have to correct this now. I mean, just look at what happened in California alone. It's ridiculous. Like I said, something has to be done. I was hoping for some sort of a national emergency. Maybe that's coming, and he was laying the predicate. Let's just, keep the faith, keep fighting. Thank you, John, for all you do.
Thank you, Johnny. And my best to Michelle this weekend. And I'll text you my winner at the big race Saturday at Monmouth Park. I was hot. I'm hot. Godzilla is on fire. Thank you, Johnny. Let's go to line 2. Leonard in Georgia. Leonard, go.
John, great show. John from Georgia stole what I was going to say, but that's great because, I can make it short. If Trump needs a legacy, this is it. He needs to prove it. Every time we have a meeting at a Republican Party, I always ask him, was the election stolen? That's the rhino test, and 90% of our guest speakers fail it. So Trump says it, the election was stolen. It's a multifaceted attack, and you knew it, I knew it. So now let's just, like you said, we don't want accountability. We want people in jail. We want them in Leavenworth, and it's treasonous what they did. One more point, John. What I was going to say was Al Gore and George Bush, the Democrats never gave up on it. They thought that George Bush cheated, and they went down to the wire to prove it. So let's get down to it and prove it. They cheated. We know it. You know it. And John from Georgia knows it. That's all I wanted to say, John.
Well, Leonard from Georgia, you're absolutely right. And, the biggest fraud was in Fulton County. They still haven't gotten to the bottom of that, and I'm still on that. 7 years later, 6.5 years later, I'm still on it. I want those ballots. I want a forensic audit. I know they cheated. I know they ran them through a copy machine. I know they got them from a printer. I know they're fake. 30,000 ballots are fake. Change the balance of power in the nation. Caroline Jeffords has the last lawsuit. It's been ruled in her favor. Now we're still waiting. They stall. Just get the ballots out of the box, get them out of the warehouse, do a forensic audit, and tell me they're legit. Tell me why they weren't folded. Tell me why they're all the same. Tell me why there's not 30,000 envelopes that go with them. Not the exact envelopes, bulk. You get 200,000 mail-in ballots in Fulton County, you better have 200,000 envelopes. If you got 170, tell me how the other 30,000 got there. Carrier pigeon? We still haven't gotten to the bottom of this. Unbelievable. I tell you what, Leonard, I'm glad he did it, but we need, forget accountability. The word annoys me. Well, we need accountability. We need somebody to be accountable. What does even that mean? The New York Times did a story on him. I don't even know what that means. Breitbart had him in a headline. No, I want indictments. We get indicted. Our guys got jailed. J6. People walking around aimlessly end up in the gulag with no due process. Everybody's fine with that. No due process, nothing. Walking around. Unfriggin' believable. I want indictments, Leonard. And I want those ballots in that warehouse in Georgia. I want them out. I want a forensic audit. And if they're legit, I'm happy. Don't you understand that? I would be happy if our allegations were proved false, the affidavits were false, and they could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that those 30,000 ballots were legit. I would be happy. I don't want the fraud. But if it is, I want to find out, and so should the entire freaking country. Leonard, thank you. We got time. What time is it? 57. Larry, our announcer in Vegas, Virginia. Larry, you're live.
Good morning, John.
What's up?
The president needs to have J.D. Vance, the attorney general, in a meeting and go scorched earth.
But I am.
Anybody who's had their gruddy.
I wouldn't know.
I don't know what happened to Larry there. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's no problem. I'm still here.
Go ahead. Scorched earth, yes.
Anybody who's had their fingers on these documents.
I don't know what to do with one if I
indict them.
I just.
I don't know what's going on in there, Dan?
It's the Chinese, John. The Chinese hacking into your show.
You want, all right, bottom line this. You want scorched earth.
Yes, it's time for that. Games are over with. Which I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of people, the Congress and the FBI, the CIA, whoever. I'm tired of these daggone games. I'm trying to keep it clean. And it's time to go scorched earth. Go after them with everything we have, indict them, put them in jail, and if they're found as treason, people are going to think I'm crazy, but we need to bring back the firing squad. This is the only way we're going to be able to clean this up and get our country back to where it used to be. Scorched earth, and if they found to be treasonous, the firing squad. Not in jail. I don't want my tax dollars paying for these people. They need to be put away the way they should be done. It should be done. And that's the bottom line.
Larry, I'm not going to comment on the what the consequences are. I just want indictments, and I want them to go through the legal system. We have a legal system in this country. I believe in it. I believe in proven innocent until found guilty by a jury of your peers. I believe in plea bargaining. I believe in the whole judicial system. Might not always agree with it. Don't like some of the DAs, but I believe in it. We'll let that play out. But it starts with an indictment of the grand jury. That's what it starts with. And that's what I want to see. If, indeed, this information was withheld, that is treason. And so let's get to the bottom of it. Larry in Richmond, good to have you with us. Larry, see you soon. Thank you for all you do. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. I'm live at Colonial Downs Racetrack. New Kent, baby. This is the place to be. Go to colonialdowns.com. colonialdowns.com. We're going to be right back. Let's see who we got on hold. Mike and Chester. Mike, hang on. We'll be right back at you.
Amit Thomason. Election integrity. Multiple polls show it's an issue of concern for Americans. Cuts across political lines. President Trump says it's high time to guarantee the sanctity of the vote.
President Trump addressed the nation and pointed to newly declassified intelligence that reveals long-standing concerns about the security of U.S. election infrastructure.
Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. They're vulnerable and they're They're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that.
The president has promised to keep election integrity a top priority in his administration. Willie Nelson, Washington.
And when it comes to interfering in U.S. elections, President says that one country in particular stands head and shoulders above all others.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data.
Communist China denies meddling in the U.S. elections. Air quality advisories or alerts posted across a vast area stretching from the Midwest through the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast result of hundreds of wildfires burning in Canada. The haze from the wildfire smoke clearly visible, and it's of particular concern for those already suffering breathing issues. Texas authorities have rescued hundreds of stranded drivers and people trapped in homes. At least 2 people have died the result of catastrophic flooding. The region still recovering from devastating floods a year ago. Dow futures down 319. NASDAQ futures off 433 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
With things moving fast to resolve the situation in the Middle East, the headlines may change, but the fundamentals haven't. America's debt continues to climb, and uncertainty still hangs over the global economy. That's why investors continue turning to one asset that has stood the test of time: physical gold and silver. For generations, gold has been viewed as a safe haven asset during periods of geopolitical tension and market volatility. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's acclaimed book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. Discover why central banks are buying gold, why many Americans are diversifying with precious metals, and how a tax and penalty-free rollover into physical gold and silver may fit into your retirement strategy. Don't wait until the next crisis dominates the headlines. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
A former mayor is about to become Britain's 59th prime minister following the sudden downfall of Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Today is about Andy Burnham accomplishing a goal that he has had for decades, to become leader of the Labour Party. He first tried and failed to become leader of the Labour Party in 2010. He tried and failed again in 2015. Third time lucky, and this time unopposed. And that gives him enormous leeway, I think, to set out with very few tramlines what he wants to do as leader of the Labour Party today. But from what we're told of this speech, it is going to focus mostly on Labour. He will talk about how he wants to be authentically Labour, how Labour should be confident in its alternative, how under his leadership Labour will be unashamedly Labour. You get the idea.
The BBC's Henry Zeffman. Russian attacks overnight on Ukraine killed at least 4 civilians, wounded 20, according to Ukrainian President Zelensky. News and analysis, townhall.com. The British government wants FIFA to investigate Argentina's soccer team.
That comes after Argentine players posed with a banner claiming sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. That incident happened after Argentina defeated England 2-1 in a World Cup semifinal. The banner read, "The Falkland Islands are Argentine." FIFA rules ban political messaging, and the team could face disciplinary action. A UK spokesman calls the behavior entirely inappropriate. Jason Walker reporting.
SpaceX's next Starship test flight is off until at least next week, after yesterday's launch was scrubbed at the last minute. The mega rocket was preparing to blast off from Texas when some of its engines failed to ignite. Without all 33 engines firing, the automatic launch system halted everything amid billowing clouds of smoke and vapor. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our borders secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who says, "Do I look like I have a plan?" John Fredericks.
Who do you think you are?
Toby.
Yeah. Correct. What gives you the right?
All right, good to have you with us, and we'll get our jacket on here in a moment. Got a lot of things going on here. We're at Colonial Downs. Go to colonialdowns.com. Colonialdowns.com. New Kent post time, 12:30 p.m. Don't want to miss this. 12:30 today, 12:30 tomorrow, 12:30 Sunday, post time, 12:30 every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The greatest racetrack in America, the most beautiful. What fun for you and your family. Just go to colonialdowns.com. Parking always free. Everything is free here. That's why it's so fabulous. And the food is great. You got a sports book upstairs. You got OTB. You got 9-10 races here on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You're going to have so much fun. Check it out. Let's get to the phone lines. Line one, Mike in Chester. Mike, you're live. Go. Chester, Virginia.
Good morning, John. John, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I had a question, and maybe this is a question for Morrissey or maybe Phil Funk to say, when all this stuff comes to light and all this stuff is coming out, that all this violations and all this stuff happened, what about poor folks like Tina Peters, Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani? All these people have got these major lawsuits, bankrupt themselves, trying to pay the legal fees and everything else, and they're going to be vindicated. Their vindication is going to be for naught if they can't recover what they've lost. I don't have a good feeling about that part. I don't want everybody to go, oh, it's okay, we discovered all this stuff, it'll never happen again, and then there's no consequence. We've got, like you said, there's got to be consequences for what they've done. I don't know what the severity. I don't necessarily have to see a public hanging, but by God, somebody needs to go to jail. And it's upsetting me. I look at Tina Peters. She signed a contract with the state. She retained the information from that election for 2 years. They came in immediately after the election. They wanted to wipe those machines out, all the memory. They're going to do an update. And she saved everything on a zip drive. I don't know where that zip drive is now. I don't think she ever gave it up. She went to prison for that. Gold Star mother. I mean, that's the kind of thing that upsets me the most. It's the little guys that got screwed. And every time I think about it, I go to vote. I spend my time to go to vote. My vote is offset by some irrelevant non-citizen, and it sucks. You're getting on a rant. I'm so the whole thing. We all knew it was going on. Everybody's in denial. I have people I work with, and I tell them about this. What are you talking about? I've never seen any of that. By God, they've done such a good job of concealing it. It's upsetting to me that people are so uninformed and non-caring. I mean, it's a big damn deal. It really is. And people just look at it and just write it off like, oh, Mike's nuts. No shit. I'm sorry, man. I'm restarting my own organizations. Catholics for Chaos. I don't know what to do, man. I'm in a quandary. Give me guidance, John.
Fight. What the hell you think we're doing every day? That is the greatest speech he's made so far in 7 years of being president. That was the best speech he made. He's out there fighting. He laid it out for you. He laid it out. And I understand about Tina Peters and Juliana. I understand that. And I'm sorry for what happened to them. But the bigger picture here is way beyond that. He laid out for you a shadow freaking government. Deep staters deciding what they're going to do. The CIA running the country. They wanted him out. They knew there was all this fraud. They knew what was going on. They did nothing. In fact, they concealed it so that it could continue. This is what I want everybody to grasp here. CIA operatives within the highest levels of the United States government concealed information in their intel briefing to the President of the United States in order to influence the outcome of an election. They knew there was cheating. They knew there was fraud. They knew there was illegals voting. They knew the whole thing. And they had the evidence. They uncovered it. And they knowingly withheld it from the president and doctored the briefings. I don't know how you run a country when that's going on. There's not a person that should not be outraged by what this has turned into. This is way beyond, and look, everything you said, Mike, is right. Everything you said is 100% correct. Your vote doesn't matter when you got 300,000 illegals voting. Not even citizens is what they alleged last night. They're on the voter rolls. That's why these states won't give you the voter rolls. That's why they don't want anybody deported. In fact, the President Trump said yesterday, we've gone 14 months, not one illegal's gotten in. They're freaked. They got to protect the 30 million they got. The fraud, like they don't care about the fraud. That fraud in taxpayer fraud, voter fraud. Democrats don't care. This is how communists take over. And they got the CCP cheering them on. And I'm telling you, if the Chinese Red Army came in and took a third of the Western country, like that movie, what was that movie, Red Dawn, right? Colorado West, they just occupied it. You would have senators collaborating with them saying it's the best thing that ever happened. You'd have governors like, inviting him in. This is how crazy this has gotten. You can't run a country under the system that we have right now. And so, accountability, consequence. What does that mean? Well, there needs to be consequences. Like what? Like a strongly worded letter or an indictment and a perp walk and handcuffs? What is accountability? Nothing. Zero. So, I think Americans should be outraged by what the president laid out last night. The speech was great. I don't even know how you criticize it. It was not about him. Now, look, he was able to start off and tell you about the accomplishments he had. He should, because they've been phenomenal. Is everything perfect? No. But the progress that he's made in 18 months has been stunning. And I'm tired of taking a back seat. This is why I ran for Ward 2 chairman here in D.C. This is why I want change at the top. This is why I've endorsed another candidate over Patrick Mara. They don't do anything. They just want to sit there and go to the convention, have a badge on, and go to a cocktail party. Somebody said, what can I do? You fight. You get up every day, you lace them up and you lace them tight. You figure out what you can do to save this great republic on our 250. So, Mike, you absolutely nailed it, buddy. 100%. 100%. I'm going to put this up on YouTube. Great call, Mike. Thank you. Fight, Mike. Don't. What they want you to do is give up. They want you to collapse. They want you to cave. That's what they want you to do. That's why when you try to be a precinct captain and you join the party, they do everything they can to throw you out because they want to discourage you so you just go away and then go back to their cocktail party at the Capitol Hill Club. That's what they want. And you got to fight them. And I know you can do it, Mike. I know you can do it. This convention we're doing, this convention in Dallas, I couldn't get it. I'm an elected official in Washington, D.C. GOP, one of two elected officials. I'm elected. I got 95% of the vote. I raised more money for a ward chairmanship than their citywide candidates have. I couldn't get an invite. They wouldn't invite me. Wouldn't allow Ann or I to be a delegate, wouldn't allow us to be an alternate, wouldn't allow us to be a guest. Can't go. Why? Because I fight, and they don't. So what did I do? I went to Virginia, and Ann and I are going as guests of the Virginia delegation and Jeff Ryer, their chairman. See, that's a chairman. Hey, how can I help get somebody there that has tremendous influence, that works 18 hours a day, that fights for us? Yeah, you want to come with the Virginia delegation, John and Ann? You got it. My guy locked us out. It's unbelievable. Think I'm not going to take this public? You bet your ass I am. I'm done with this stuff. And I hope you are too. I hope you're as pissed as I am about what that speech signified last night. Mike, I'll give you the final word. Go ahead. Mike's good. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Here we go. Here we go. Anthony in Florida, line 2. You're live.
Good morning, John.
Yo.
Take a sip of your coffee, bro. Because here we go.
Here we go. I got by the way, I got my 17. Wait. You brought up coffee. I didn't bring it up.
Take it up. Take a sip.
You brought it up. Now, here in this paper cup, you're saying, why are you drinking out of this paper cup? Well, because I forgot my mug. at my hotel, which I did bring. But I did bring my Keurig, and I did bring my 1775 coffee, and I'm drinking it right now. I just made a cup of 1775 coffee in my Travel As I Go Keurig and my 1775 K cup, dark roast. Thank you very much. And I'm about to have my first sip of it. Hang on. Even out of a paper cup, that is great coffee. I don't know what you guys are doing. It's about quality of life. Quality of life. And it's affordable. And it's roasted fresh daily from Bolivia. 1775coffee.com. 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. Get yourself 10% off. You'll never go back. We got you. One sip, you're done. 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. Go ahead, Anthony.
All right, now let's dig in. You know, like I fell asleep listening. I mean, I work tirelessly all day, sun up, sun down. I fell asleep listening to the speech, and here's my take. And I know I'm that guy, and I heard you last Friday grousing about the Anthonys and guys like that. But yeah, here's the Anthonys. Like, you know what? Congratulations. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the frickin' party, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay. You know, to the ones that ain't heard, this is what it is. To guys like me, I've known this, you've known this, we've known this. Congratulations. I thought he learned that while they were trying to indict him, multiple indictments, and trying to put him away for, I don't know, hundreds of years with his indicted co-conspirators like Rudy Giuliani, America's greatest mayor. Thank you very much for treating him that way. All right. Okay. Everybody, like, you ever see the Untouchables? Everybody knows where the booze is. It's what are you prepared to do? Okay. Do something. Who's the president? Okay. Who's in the Congress? Who controls the Congress? Where's the SAFE Act? Who's controlling that? Okay. We control the courts. Oh, thank you very much. You know, the justices, you know, and I'm sorry that life is hard for you, that you need more money for security. I'm really sorry about that. But where are the indictments? Brennan? Handcuffs. Let's see them. We've all been asking for arrests for I don't know how long since he took his hand off the Bible. You know, he should have been burning. This should have been part of the offensive. The forward. Okay, you're the president of the United States, dude. Chief law enforcement officer. A state won't show you the data rolls. If it were a Democrat, he would have rolled in tanks to the election office and seized it and took it. You are the president of the United States, and all these states are the states within our United States. United. That means you're under his auspice. If he says give him up, you give him up. He has the authority. Do it. Judges can go in handcuffs too. Okay. What is he prepared to do? Don't tell me what you're going to do. Show me what you're going to do. That's your last caller. That's what he's apoplectic about. He's like, okay, yeah, okay, you laid it out. Great. The guys like him, they're finally seeing it. You and I know it. Now they're like, okay, we're all angry. I've been angry. But, you know, I'm sitting here saying, okay, come from overseas. Bring your behinds back here. Arrest. Let's see them. Have I said anything wrong or inaccurate or out of pocket? I don't think so.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I mean, it's a rhetorical question, but you know,
I'll
sure.
I mean, but if you want me to answer it, I'll answer it.
Sure.
No.
Yeah. How dare you? It's just that simple. I wish politicians were like that. You know, Senator, you know, like, would you like a soft drink? Well, I don't know. What type of flavors. I can't drink carbonated. You never can get a straight answer. You know, they're all corrupt. The people literally have no faith in the politicians. None at all. They rank lower. I mean, them and the media. You know, they rank at the bottom. You know, I saw a video of Don Lemon and Joy Reid sitting there out of jobs as usual, and they're in the podcast zone, and they're like, well, MAGA is over. Is it over? Yeah, MAGA is over. Yeah. Who's on frickin' national voice? Who's up there? John Fredericks. Who's in? John Fredericks. Who's out? Those two. You're MAGA. They're not. They're in the podcast zone, getting clicks, maybe.
The podcast zone. I love that. Hey, you know, we have a response to the podcast zone, and Dan, you know what our response is to that. Go ahead and play a response to the podcast zone. You know what it is. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead and play it.
I like turtles.
Anthony, stay on the line. I'm having too much fun. Just stay on the line. Don't go away, because I agree with you. Let's get a bunch of callers on at the same time. Let's get.
Do I look like I have a plan?
Oh God! Coleman was with me 4 days. See, Coleman has a plan for everything, and Coleman, he's like, well, no, this is what we're going to do. I'm like, okay. Like, anybody that has a plan that comes in with somebody that doesn't have a plan, they immediately take over by default. Do I look like I have a plan? We don't have a plan. We don't even know what the hell we're talking about at 6:15 in the morning. Let's go. That's why I don't prepare at night, because who the hell would by the time you get up, it all changes. Let's get to, we got to talk about this Kashi poly market thing, this predictive market. Once again, I'm right. You know what? I'm sorry I'm right so much. I told you this thing was going to end up in disaster. It's just corrupt to the core. It's got to get regulated, and I'm getting in the business. Now, I don't do Kashi or poly market for obvious reasons. Obvious, because I get information that I can't share. So obviously, I would never even have an account. So I'm not involved in it, but it's big money, and it's getting bigger. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But let's keep Anthony on. Let's get everybody on, Dan. We don't have a plan. Let's get Steve on in Virginia. Go ahead, Steve. You're on with John and Anthony. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, Chairman Fredericks.
Thank you.
And hello to Anthony, in a former home of mine, Florida, also. But you know, a few days ago, I was saying that that the United States is a republic, and Dan in his report has been saying that that the United States is a rightsocracy, and it's like, okay, so I'm looking into what he's saying, and then I'm thinking about all the things that are going on, and now with the president's speech last night, I'm thinking, no, we're not a democracy, we're not a republic, we're not a rightsocracy even, we're a kleptocracy. Everything is being stolen from us left and right. And I mean that literally in the political sense, that, it doesn't matter if somebody says they're on the right, they're stealing our vote from us. They're stealing our rights from us. And so yes, the United States is indeed a kleptocracy now. And
okay.
I
don't know. I mean,
right.
All I know is I want indictments, right? Kleptocracy, rightocracy, this-tocracy, that-tocracy. I mean, I'm not really in the mood this morning for a philosophical, philosophy 101 argument, Steve. I'm just not in the mood. I'm sorry. I really don't care. I just want to see indictments. Call it what you want. The whole thing is corrupt, Steve. The whole thing is corrupt. Thank you for the call. Okay, let's get to thank you, Steve. Let's get to Rob in New York. Rob, go. You're live.
Hey, John. Good morning. What a pleasure to be on with you, and also Anthony, because I know he loves my tone of voice. Anyway, it was. I got to tell you, a great show this morning, and that was probably one of the best President Trump addresses to the nation ever, because he came cool, calm, collected, and he had the receipts. Now, of course, I'm with you. Let's see what happens. We don't need Jim Comer or James Comer or whatever, and all these other idiots going on Fox News and wagging fingers and posting stuff to X and writing sternly written letters. We need pre-dawn raids, prosecutions that financially ruin people, exactly what was done to Rudy and to others. And we need accountability, because this is serious. I'm with you, too. That was the buried headline. You gave the President of the United States fake intel. People could have died with that stuff. Now, granted, this was, I don't mean to be dramatic like the left. I mean, we're talking about elections here, not actually war. But if they could do that for the elections, imagine what other stuff they were giving him that was false.
Thank you. That's the problem. You don't even know what they were giving him or not giving him. And by not giving him information, that's equally as bad as giving you false information. You don't know. Remember,
It's lying by omission.
Remember when they had doctored, like Obama was coming in and there was Obama was leaving. There was a report to Obama, and Obama told him not to give it to Trump or somebody in the CIA, and like Trump didn't get it when he was coming in. I mean, you got rogue CIA, deep staters running the nation, falsifying intel to the president, and everybody's standing around like talking about a machine. Like, what? It's got nothing to do. Nobody ever disputed that any of these machines had vulnerability. That's why they got to go. We've said from day one they got to go. We got to go back to paper hand count and ballots. No scanners, nothing. Hand count, paper ballot, you got a paper trail. Everybody has said that on our side. But, everybody said, and Trump never said, I won 2020. He said he was lied to. I mean, wake up and smell the coffee, for God's sake. If there's not indictments here, I don't know how you run a government. I really don't.
But John, if you go back, I think there were some people on the left, both elected and also in the media, that were openly arguing that the president should be given false intel. I'm telling you, if you go back, I don't know if Grabian will find
That's why there's got to be indictments here. We can't let this go. You cannot let this go. You can't let it go. You don't have a country, right? I mean, we got Steve trying to make a philosophical argument about kleptomaniacs or something. Steve, I love you to death, but Steve, none of that matters now, right? It's like can I say one other thing? Can we just hold a minute, Dan? Let me just say one other thing. I just got to say this. Before the speech last night, I was in my hotel. So I put on Fox News, and Jesse Waters was on. And I got him about 8:30. I thought that was the most embarrassing, ridiculous, silliest half hour of primetime news TV when the president's making a speech I'd ever seen in my life. I don't watch Fox because I think it's TV for stupid people. That had to be, I don't know what he did in the first half hour. I never watched Fox. I found the channel and put it on for this speech. I thought that it was about the dumbest, most inane 30 minutes I've seen. It was like I was on the Cartoon Channel. It's like, what? This is what Fox is serving up every day? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm getting old. But it was absolutely asinine, ridiculous. It was silly. It was like Soupy Sales. It was like I had tuned into the Soupy Sales show before the Three Stooges came on when I was 7 years old. Officer Joe Bolton. It's ridiculous. I don't know, guys. This thing is so bad. The whole media landscape's a joke. What did Anthony call it? The podcast zone. I like turtles. Okay, we'll be right back.
Good health at
Hey
age
folks,
77.
Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your Sat phone. Call now.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Back here live at the Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great, zombie.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, TGIF. Phone lines open. Great to have you with us. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We are coming to you live at the most beautiful racetrack in America, Colonial Downs, right here in New Kent, about 20 minutes east of Richmond, about 1 hour west of Virginia Beach. It's got all the roads are open here. It's going great. It's a beautiful day. Come out and join us. We got racing. We got racing today. We got Saturday. We got it Sunday. Every Thursday to Sunday right here at Colonial Downs. Check us out. Have fun. Win money. Bring the kids. Great environment for the kids. Lots of fun things going on Sunday. Check us out. Go to colonialdowns.com. Colonialdowns.com. Admission free. Parking free. Always fun. Food is great. You're going to love the horses. And when our horse is in about a month, I think we'll get the right race for him. We'll let you know about that. His name is Bayport Parfait, and got to visit with him a little bit last night back at our stable. Our trainer there, Mike Campbell, doing a super job as we continue to grow this end of our business. Liberty Racing Stables is our name. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Good to have you with us. Always fun at Colonial Downs. Just the smell here, the grass, the turf course, the service. Best track in America right here in New Kent, 2 hours from DC if you take the easy pass. If you don't take the easy pass, leave Monday to get here Saturday. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. If you want to weigh in, go to colonialdowns.com. More information there, colonialdowns.com. So much fun. Okay, we got to get to a couple of things here. In the White House, let's see if I can find this clip. I think I got it somewhere. But in the White House, you're not going to believe this. I don't think I have a clip on it. But in the White House, the person that was running that would load in President Trump's teleprompter for his speeches, that was the actual job that somebody would do. They would load in the speech, and the president would go over it and make changes to it. Well, the person that was loading in the speeches, allegedly, was then betting in the predictive markets, which there are two big ones, Kashi or Koshi, whatever it's called. I don't do either of these, and Polymarket. And so this person who knew what the president was going to say would then place bets in one of the predictive markets on if or not he would say something. And apparently he won, or she won, over $120,000 doing this. Now, this is illegal. Person has been put on non-paid administrative leave while they do an investigation and is no longer with the White House. But therein lies a bigger problem. This is the second one that we've discovered. Remember the person inside the Department of Defense that made $300,000 betting on when we were going to invade Venezuela or when bombs would drop in Iran. Well, that person was part of the intel team that had that classified information and bet on it. This is what is wrong with the predictive markets without any oversight. This is the Wild West. And they put things up there, and these are called futures markets or predictive markets, and you bet on something in the future. And you can bet athletics or you can bet politics. Now, it's one thing to bet on, who's going to win the midterms, who's going to be the Republican or Democratic nominee for president. That's one thing, because that's really hard to get inside info on. Who knows? But when you start placing wagers, on events or speeches or questions that are going to be asked that you know the answer to because you're part of it, this is wire fraud. And it needs to be regulated, and it needs to be regulated now. I don't do either of these for obvious reasons. I think anybody listening to me would figure out why I would never open an account with either of these. Because obviously I get information that I don't share. And so I never even want to be in a position where somebody might say, well, maybe he did this or that, because I would never do that. I bet on sports. Baseball, football, college football, hockey, you name it. Soccer, right? I bet on sporting events. I have a site called Godzilla Wins. Go to GodzillaWins.com. I have a number of sports books on my phone. MGM, Caesars, DraftKings. Those are my three. I go and bet games at the kiosk at the ABC liquor store, 1 block across McPherson Square. So I don't hide this. And I have a show where we make handicapping picks on Saturday called Godzilla Wins. Go to GodzillaWins.com. And you'll find my picks there tonight for baseball. These are heavily regulated, heavily, as they should be, because this is legalized sports betting. They have props. I don't bet props. Why? Because they're scammed. I don't want to get involved in scams. I don't bet it because they're shaved. And one allegation is coming out over and over and over about people, you bet how many rebounds they get and they tank, or they say they hurt their ankle. You can't bet that. It's all a scam. But you can bet on the outcome of the game, right? So, and the reason why I don't bet NBA is just what I said. Guys feign injuries. So you don't know what's legit and what's not. Baseball's legit, except if you're the Cleveland Indians and you're betting on whether a pitch is a ball or a strike, but they caught those guys right of baseball. Cost them millions and millions of dollars. This is highly regulated. What went on in the White House, I'm telling you, was the tip of the iceberg. And yes, they took action when this was found out, but this is the tip of the iceberg. The problem is in this country that the gambling addiction is now reached an apex, and it's gone beyond sports gambling, which I'm in favor of, always have been. When you get into these predictive markets, I'm telling you folks, it is the growth industry in the United States. It is going to be billions and billions of dollars because you can sit there on your phone and you can pick like, what site we're going to bomb in Iran next. How many ships get through the straits? You can bet that right on your phone. And you're trading with others because it's a trader's futures market based on what money comes in. And the predictive market takes the vig just like Vegas does if you're betting on a baseball game or a football game. But these are very dangerous because they need to be regulated. And right now it's a wild west. And you're not going to stop it. You're not going to rein it in. But you got to regulate it. Regulate it so that there's certain things that should not be up there. Like Vegas doesn't allow gambling on political outcomes. If you want to do that before the predictive markets, before the future sites, you had to go to a bookmaker in the United Kingdom to make a bet on U.S. politics. Wasn't allowed here in the United States in Las Vegas. But now these future sites have captured this. And it's a huge problem. I don't know where it's going, but the corruption is rampant. We got the ox on. What do we have? We got the ox. Let's do this. Let's go to a quick break, Dan. And when we get back, we'll wrap with Anthony and see if we can get the ox on, and then we'll go from there, okay? Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com, and use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Trying to get our two boys ready to carry them to golf tournament before practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, "What are you doing in here, little kitty cat?" By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, "What's going on?" I said, "There's a cat in the house." "Cat in the house?" I said, "Yeah, there's a cat in the house." So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Now let's get the ox on. Ox, we're going to have to hold you over, because if you think you're going to come on my show for 5 minutes, like, I think so.
Right.
Well, because we got a lot to talk about, so hang in there. Let me just wrap with Anthony. Anthony's still been on hold from Florida. Anthony, give us your final word here, Anthony.
Woo! We need more dogs. I tell you, boy. We need more dogs.
We need no cats. Do I look good? Are my sneakers looking good? Do I got my chain on right? Do I look good? Oh, my favorite clips
I like turtles.
You're just not going. You're not going to win games if you don't have dogs. Do I look good? Is my tie straight? Do I look good?
Yep, that's what we need in Congress. We need and the gentleman, the teleprompter, the guy that loads the teleprompter, his name is Perez, and I read that story, and
what's his name?
And it's
Anthony, what's his name?
Perez. His last name is Perez.
Go ahead.
Like I said, a citizen. I was looking at Citizen. I read the story. It's on Citizen Free Press, and he was betting in Kalishi, And, when I was a kid, I worked for a bookie. Yes, I worked for a bookie. And, John, you'll know this. I took bets. I collected bets for a bookie on numbers. What is numbers called today?
What?
Lotto.
That's right.
To
everybody, let me tell you what numbers are, okay? So the way they would get the numbers, and my dad did that. I never bet numbers, but my dad bet numbers with a bookmaker every day. Come and bet. He's a blue-collar worker. And they would take the total handle, which is the amount of money bet at the New York thoroughbred race track that was running. It was either Aqueduct, Belmont, or Saratoga. And if you bet three numbers or two numbers, it would be they would take the total cash handle, like the total amount of money bet that would be published in the paper, the total handle, and you would bet those numbers because there was no way to manipulate that. I mean, this was way before OTB when you went to the track and you bet money and they would have a total handle. And those three numbers at the end, like, $1,782,915. Well, then the three numbers were 915. That's how they bet numbers, right? So I'm glad you remember that.
Yeah, so I mean, all Kalishi is the dudes. Remember, you would make bets. These are the guys that would make side bets on the bets. That's all Kalishi is. The guys on the side making bets against the bets. So I guess I'm telling my age. But you look at today, you can't have this in the administration. There's too much corruption. The president, he took his foot off the gas. And I'm just going to tell you, John, he took his foot off the gas and he let the car, which is the nation, slow. He didn't purge the government. He didn't purge out all these people. He didn't get out all the drought. And a lot like people like, what's his name? La Savita. I never liked La Savita anyway. He doesn't like MAGA and MAGA don't like him. These guys, they need to be.
Chris Lasavita is full MAGA. Come on, man. Now you go off the rails.
It's my opinion.
Lasavita ran the greatest political campaign since Corey Lewandowski in 2016. All right, which was 20.
Yes, he did. But the last one, who's he? With the Cornyn campaign, not so much. So you can't win all the time, but the president needs to purge. He needs to clean things up. We need more honesty. And I know it sounds Boy Scout.
No, I know you've been saying this, and I know you're frustrated. I know you're frustrated, right? But can't you just say that last night's speech was the biggest step in the right direction we've had since he's been there? Can you at least acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will even go further. The president did a stellar job laying out what needs to be done and what's been done. He literally brought the receipts. Everybody's saying, we want proof, we want evidence. He gave it to him last night.
Yeah,
so
and now he's releasing it all.
Job.
It's all getting released, dude. So look, I got to go. Ox, you're going to have to hang with us because you're late. That's your punishment. You got to hang with us through the next segment. But look, Anthony, my respect for you has gone up so much now that I know as a kid you ran numbers for the local bookmaker. I mean, that is, you can't get better than that, dude. I mean, you ran numbers for the local book, baby. I remember back in the day when we'd have to square up. I guess they called it square up because back then you bet on the phone. It was all on credit. You'd square up. And of course, square up was always after Monday Night Football. I think square up day was like Wednesday. This was before Thursday Night Football. And so if you would meet the guy either in a bar or you'd meet him, many times you'd meet him in your car at a parking lot. And so you'd pull up to him and you'd hand him the newspaper with the money you owed him, the cash in it. You'd hand it through the window.
Yep.
Or if they were giving you money back, he would always give it to me back in a McDonald's bag, like a McDonald's bag. There'd be like, $375 cash in McDonald's bag. You'd hand it through the window. I mean, you go back and you think about this stuff. Now it's all on your phones and everything is legal. Like, hand me a McDonald's bag with $300 in it because I won the Giants game.
Nope, pennies, nickels, quarters, receipts, and a Crown Royal bag. That's where I kept them, along with a .32 caliber.
Probably needed it.
I
didn't really have to do that, but back in the day. But you were running the bookmakers' numbers. I mean, dude, that's hardcore. That's some hardcore stuff right there. Running the bookmakers' numbers. Damn. You've been around, dude. All right, Ox is coming up. He never ran numbers. and he doesn't gamble on sports, but we still love him. And he's coming up next. Trump-backed Mike Lindell. That's going to be our headline. We'll be right back.
That points to foreign interference in the 2020 election.
Over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
The president spoke from the East Room of the White House. Willie Nelson, Washington.
And Communist China denies interfering in the U.S. elections. From the Midwest to the East, a smoky haze hangs over millions of Americans this morning.
In addition to record-degree heat, parts of the Northeast have been dealing with smoke coming down from Canada. The New York City skyline covered in haze across the river in New Jersey. Many towns closing local pools because of the toxic air. Baseball games canceled along with golf play, also a scratch. AccuWeather says the new weather pattern will bring with it cooler, less humid air, but that the smoke from the wildfires in south central Canada will remain an issue until it rains. The air quality index is poor, so people are urged to close their windows and stay inside. Laura Winters reporting.
Texas authorities have rescued hundreds of stranded motorists and people trapped in homes. At least 2 people have died because of catastrophic flooding. This in a region still recovering from devastating floods a year ago. Stock futures sharply lower on Wall Street. Dow futures down 287 points. NASDAQ futures off 495. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Japan's parliament is keeping a ban on women succeeding to the imperial throne while approving some other changes in the monarchy.
It's the biggest overhaul to Japan's imperial system in decades. The revised imperial house law introduces 2 major changes. First, female members of the imperial family can now keep their royal status after marrying commoners instead of having to leave the family after marriage. And second, male descendants of 11 former imperial branches can be adopted back into the family after being removed following the Second World War. But one key issue remains untouched. Princess Aiko, the current emperor's only child, still cannot inherit the throne, leaving the broader debate over female succession unresolved.
The BBC's Karumi Mori in Tokyo. Landslide earlier today, southwestern China, buried residential buildings forcing more than 1,100 residents to evacuate. News and analysis, townhall.com. A new app allows college recruiters to replace their clipboards and hand-scrawled notes with mobile phones.
For decades, football camps have struggled with long registration lines, unplanned walk-ups, and an athlete evaluation process disconnected from how coaches recruit. Scoreability says that's changing now that its evaluation tools are working hand in glove with its industry-leading recruitment camp management platform, Riser. Scoreability says its new improved mobile app powered more than 350 college football camp sessions in June, improving the experience for camp owners, visiting coaches, athletes, and their parents. Bob Agnew reporting.
Federal safety investigators say the driver of a runaway Tesla that killed a Texas grandmother in her home last month had pressed the accelerator to full speed, suggesting the vehicle's self-driving software was not to blame. A 76-year-old woman was killed in the front room of her house. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show.
Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, TGIF, coming to you live from my favorite place in the history of the world, Colonial Downs Racetrack, in my Sweet 9, got all set up, got the horses working out right in front of me, got my beautiful window, post time 12:30, baby, let's go. Don't forget, Colonial Downs, this is the place to be, man. It is all summer long, right through September 7th, every Thursday, every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday, post time 12:30, most beautiful racetrack in America, and I've been to them all. I used to be in the business, as you know, and while Saratoga is under renovation, this now, numero uno. It is so gorgeous. Take the family, take your kids, especially on Saturday. Going to have so much fun here. Get up front with the horses. It's going to be so much. The food is great. The atmosphere, lots of fun things. Wiener dog races on the weekend. That's coming up. Don't forget, have so much fun. Just go to colonialdowns.com. Sportsbook upstairs, OTB, slot machines downstairs. Fun for everybody. Great food. Just go to colonialdowns.com. I love this place. It's my home away from home. Got my whole studio here. colonialdowns.com. Get more information there. Everything is free. Free. It's like Bernie Sanders Day. Everything is free, like AOC. It's all free. Free parking, free admission, all free. Free programs, everything free. Just have fun. Have fun, win money. And it's a beautiful atmosphere for you and your family. You're going to enjoy it. Just go to colonialdowns.com. And if you happen to be in the area today, you can come up to the fourth floor, Suite 9. Fräulein and I are here. It's all good. And you want to call in, 888-480-JOHN, colonialdowns.com, live here. Okay, we got a treat for you today. We've got Rob Crilly and Oxman, Dan Oxner of KNSI Radio, the voice of Minnesota. And Dan, you're on with Crackerjack reporter and author of Secrets on Washington Examiner. Go to washingtonexaminer.com/secrets. Rob Crilly with us, my colleague, White House correspondent. Also, didn't see him there yesterday. Probably a good thing. It was packed, and we have to stand up. So probably a good thing you missed that, Rob. Not fun. And also Dan Oxner with us. So let's start with Rob. We got Rob and Dan. You guys can interact here. Rob, let's go right to President Trump's speech reaction.
Well, there's probably just enough in there for his supporters, for the people who want to hear that President Trump won the 2020 election, who believe there was interference in. Of course, the critics will say it's a nothing burger. The documents released don't show what he says. I mean, I think a couple of concrete things to point to. We're going to hear from Mark Wayne Mullen today. He's going to give a briefing on cyber-related threats to U.S. elections, and then another part of it that I thought will probably now run and develop is the point where he talked about multiple people in the government making a concerted effort to prevent him during that first term from knowing about the extent of Chinese-related interference. I mean, that's the sort of thing you can see now leading to months and months and months and months of fresh investigations. There will no doubt be FBI inquiries. And so those are the two sort of concrete parts of it. I was slightly underwhelmed. I didn't think all the documents actually proved what the president said. There's pretty much a clear conclusion in there that China, as they would like to have worked out that actually to them of getting caught. So I was slightly, but we can see where this is going to go.
You're breaking up. All right, you're breaking up. See if we can get a better connection. Ox, what was your reaction last night?
Well, slightly underwhelmed, probably. Same as Ron was saying. The rehashing, the bringing to the forefront the election fraud issue. Obviously we deal with that in Minnesota with Mike Lindell as our gubernatorial candidate, one of them. And it's just not, it's it's a lot of people that I know, certainly on the conservative side, all the liberals are like asked and answered, move on. Too big to rig, right? That's how we did it last time around, and that's kind of been the mantra. Now it's looking back at the election integrity thing and wondering if we can trust the elections. More and more Republicans may be deciding not to go out and vote now that it turns out, wow, it's totally fraudulent. Was this really the smoking gun to do this address? Declaring World War III or the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor. Yeah. I haven't seen the documents, in all fairness, John, and and I love listening to MSNBC and these other liberal organizations. Well, you knew all this stuff and all that. Well, you've had a couple of hours to look at the documents. It's overnight. Let's pour over all the documents and get the analysis that way. But unless they really show something substantial, that's just a jaw-dropping, every single person in the country is going to take heed to this and say, wow, we were wrong the whole time. I don't think it helps.
Well, okay. I guess that's your position. What about the fact that the president was given doctored intel by CIA operatives that were responsible to do his intel briefing, that he claimed left out pertinent pieces of information in his daily intel briefing? Like, how is that legal? Who made that decision?
Right. And forgive me. And this is terrible because I've become a political analyst. So as far as national security, as far as, what we should be afraid of, as far as what was right or wrong, I'm not evaluating it based on that. Everything that I'm evaluating on right now is all about November 3rd. Everything. Like the whole world depends on the midterm elections in November 3rd. So all I am thinking about is the political ramifications of this. And I don't think more congressmen and senators are going to win to keep the majorities because of last night's speech.
Well, don't you think that voter integrity and not having 300,000 illegals voting and having, the Chi-Coms have got our voter rolls, and I mean, mail-in ballots that, it's been proven in LA, they went to Skid Row and gave people $2 a piece. Don't you think that's going to impact the outcome of the midterms, Dan?
Possibly negatively if people decide that it's not worth voting. I actually heard some MSNBC coverage this morning. Reverend Al was actually speculating that Democrats might not go vote because of that. So to your point, maybe. But to me,
you're taking, though, Dan Oxen, I'm going to get to Rob here, but you're taking a very cynical view of this. Like, let's not tell the truth so that people don't stay home because of the truth. I mean, you can't get more cynical than that, Ox. That's a pretty cynical observation you made. Let's get to Rob. I don't agree with Dan on it. I get what he's saying, but I'm a little more optimistic than that, Rob. I don't think that Republicans looked at that and said, "Oh, I'm going to stay home now." I think they're pissed, and they're more apt to turn out to get to the too big to rig thing. But I guess we'll see, Rob. But to me, the issue is doctoring intel to the president of the United States. I mean, how do you run a country, Rob? We're not getting Rob's audio. So we'll just have to get back to Ox. So I guess on this, Ox, the root, what is the root of your cynicism here?
I didn't see anything that's going to sway the people who are tired of this issue and wish he would move on. We wanted gas prices to go down. We wanted grocery prices to go down. We didn't want foreign wars, all these things. How does this get some of those people back? Does this spoon feed somebody exactly what they're looking for, right? We want the least resistance, path of least resistance. Just show me what it is and give it to me and tell me how it matters. I don't know that this is earth-shaking to people who weren't already really mad about this or in the know.
Rob, are you back? We have your audio, Rob?
Yeah, I was fiddling around my settings there. Are we good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you were asking me about the CIA, the briefings to the president. I mean, look, I think you have to be realistic about this. There is a huge amount of information that goes through the intelligence community, and they have to decide what the president needs to know about. And don't forget, the president himself was the one who expressed his irritation and boredom about some of the stuff he was being told about. So the CIA and his briefers, the people who present the president's daily brief each day, have to decide what is the most important thing. And some of these things, for example, I mentioned the fact that the conclusion was that China probably wasn't trying to influence any elections because it worked out that the cost of being caught would simply outweigh any of the potential benefits. And other documents suggest some of this intelligence was actually was rated rather low grade. So there are judgment calls about what the president is told. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It doesn't have to be deliberately keeping information with the president, but there is a judgment call about what is relevant and what is important and what he needs to know. So I'm not one of these people who's worried that the president was not being told stuff. He's not told hundreds of thousands of different details every day because he wouldn't be able to do his job. I don't see a conspiracy there. I see intelligence professionals actually doing their job.
Okay.
Interesting.
You think they were doing their job by not giving him intel information about the fact that the Chi-Coms had hacked into 200 million of our voters? I mean,
hold on.
I get the fact, Rob, you want to defend the deep staters here, but I mean, taking that position, I guess they can look. I guess they can decide if they have intel on Iran, they don't like what the president's doing. They can decide, well, he's not interested in, the fact that they're moving their missiles from point A to point B. He's not interested in that. I guess now, that basically intel people decide what the president should know and not, Rob.
Well,
that's what you just said. Rob, that's what you just said, Rob.
Yeah, that is what I said. And that is their job to decide what is important, what has some sort of status in truth. I'm not here to defend the deep state. I have no interest in defending the deep state. But I didn't see anything last night that really cuts to a conspiracy at the heart of the American federal system, the intelligence world, that people were deliberately keeping stuff from the president. They were making. You can't give him all your intelligence. Look, let's go back to Christopher Steele and his dossier, for example. The problem there was he had a whole bunch of intelligence, and we didn't find out whether or not any of it was verifiable or true until much later on, when it became clear that most of it wasn't. In the same way, you can't take everything to the president that there might be some sort of concerns about the Chinese looking to influence politics in the United States. A lot of this stuff was rated, and it's in the documents. It says quite clearly that this stuff was moderate or low grade intelligence. So why would you take that to the president?
Interesting. I think, one of the things, Rob, on that, what you're talking about also is, connecting the dots as to, therefore, and this is my political analyst hat again, but because of that, therefore, that's why this congressman won or this Democrat won over the Republican or things like that. Without being able to connect any of those dots, I think this just is kind of more of the chewing gum that we've been dealing with. Find me the person that was sick and tired of Trump being what you call an election denier, who is now, after that speech last night, saying, I've totally changed. I'm 100% flipped. Now I'm going to vote Republican down the ticket. I don't think there's a single person that would do that, because they're dug in their positions. You got to bowl them over with, I don't know what, but I mean, you got to just really give them something that's just going to blow their minds and get them to change their ways and vote the other way.
He came on last night and he talked about the tremendous economic renaissance he's built in.
That was a great start.
He told you about the crime was down nationally since he brought in the National Guard in these areas, especially in Washington, D.C., regardless of what, Rob or anybody else says. I live in the safest, most beautiful city in the country as a result of this guy being there for 18 months. End of story, okay? It's not even disputable. So if you dispute it, it's like ridiculous. So that's where I live.
That was good.
And I mean, it is what it is. And so he came on, he told you what he had done. We haven't had one illegal crossing the border in 14 months. Biden said he couldn't do it. He had to have legislation and amnesty and this and that. He stopped it. We haven't had one in 14 months. So he has all these accomplishments. And basically what he said last night is, he laid out problems with our election system. And taking this position, Ox, that, nobody cares. Well, I guess, we're in a war. Well, okay, I don't know. Either you guys are going to defend the intel or not, right? Rob wants to defend the intel. Great. I'm for that. Let's defend the intel. Intel goes to the leader of the free world, commander-in-chief, and says, Iran is so many days, weeks, months from launching a nuclear warhead. Here's the info. Here it is, right? We're giving it to you. It's not Mossad, it's us, the one that Rob loves. And then you're criticizing because he acted on it. Like, you guys can't have it both ways.
Can I jump in here?
Yes.
You talked about the economic side of things, and one of the other stories I wrote this week, I interviewed John McLaughlin, Donald Trump's favorite pollster, is how he often gets billed, and we were talking about the midterm convention there, and he was very clear about what the strategy will be. It will be to draw a contrast with Democrats to try and turn this election around, so that rather than being a referendum on the president, it becomes a comparison between his record, Republican plans for the next congressional term, and what the Democrats are doing when they are lined up with a load of Democratic socialists. Of course, the debacle in Maine, where their candidate has been accused, he's since dropped out, but was accused of sexual offenses, which he denies. So the point is, to your point, John, the president has a powerful story to tell. And you can frame it in terms of, to voters, do you want more tax cuts or do you want tax hikes? That contrast election is a sort of thing that can deliver results. But I think what we saw last night is a reminder to a lot of opponents of Trump, well, this is the guy you're dealing with. This is a guy who still won't accept that he lost the election in 2020. And I think that's a much harder platform to run on.
He never said, he never said.
That's the point. That's the point he was making.
I won the election in 2020. Those words never came out of his mouth.
But what
you guys are saying here, he never said I beat Biden or Biden didn't win. He never said that. He said this is intel that I now have, right? That is concerning to every American, that the Chi-Coms have hacked into our systems. They have 230 million of our voter rolls. We got illegal. We got 300 million illegal. We got 300,000 illegals voting. I mean, it's right here in black and white. That should concern anybody. We got, mail-in ballots of people are going to Skid Row, given $2 or putting them in a box. I mean, how is this not a concern?
Because people don't care about their data anymore. They're giving it away. People are giving it away. Maybe they're like, oh, great, the Chinese have my info. Maybe they'll send me some promo ads so I can get a discount on some of the products that I buy or a cheaper vacation.
All right, let's get to a phone call. Look, I appreciate you guys' perspective. We're going to have to agree to disagree on this. Let's get to Vic. Let's get to Vic in Florida. Vic, you're on with the Ox and Rob Crilly, Washington Examiner. Go ahead, Vic.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'd like to point out the context with which these events occurred, which Mr. Crilly, with his European bias,
now be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Well, I'm going to get to the point here real quick. Okay, right when all of this was occurring and continues to occur, Rob, there are secretaries of states. We have 50 states in this country. This isn't Europe or the UK, okay? And they have considerable amount of autonomy in our system. And there are secretaries of state in many individual states which right now are refusing to turn over voter rolls to the federal government of the United States. That's one part of this context. The other part was the continued story of the Russia collusion. And while this was happening, our CIA and other intelligence agencies were selectively denying the president access to information about the fact that the Chinese apparently have accumulated 220 million files on American voters. While the president of the United States was unable to get these documents from individual states. The Chinese didn't have any trouble, and the CIA did not want the President of the United States to know that. That's what we're dealing with here, Rob. Get it straight and understand it. Thank you.
Great point, Vic. Hadn't thought about that.
I mean, let me absolutely blow your mind here. I have access to all those voter rolls. This is information commercial companies can just go out and buy. And as a journalist, I work for a news organization that finds it vital for me to be able to track people down as part of my investigation. That this information wasn't hacked. I mean, it's not hard to get. And as a European, as a Brit, as a foreign national, it's not quite as scary. I think it's scary and I shouldn't be allowed to see it. But look, I mean, it's actually not that unusual for people to be able to get hold of this information.
Well, the president, just so you know, Rob, the president issued a decree today where he's limiting the length of stay for foreign journalist visas. Just so throw that out there, just so you know. So better get your ticket back to the foggy city. Go from Foggy Bottom to Foggy City, dude. Go from Naval Yard back to London because that thing's getting stripped. Okay, just a joke, Rob. Let's get to Dan. You want to comment, and then we got another caller, Paul in Michigan, but you want to comment on that?
Well, just that in Minnesota, that's big news here in the state and maybe nationally, I'm not sure. But our Secretary of State, our governor, refusing to give Trump any of the voter data that he's been requesting. So when you hear some states aren't giving up that data, well, we're one of them. So and you know, to Rob's point, and maybe Rob, maybe you can get Minnesota's data. I'm not sure, but I think what Vic was saying is there's a lot of secretaries of state that aren't allowing that data out there. So why should China be able to get it that easily? So I guess I kind of get that if that's the case. But again, every time anybody opens up a TikTok app or does anything, I mean, aren't they just kind of opening themselves up and saying, I don't care about my data if it gives me a discount coupon on something or some insight into something I wouldn't have otherwise known, or part of a birthday club, maybe on my birthday, they'll wish me a happy birthday.
Ox, you're so cynical today. Let's get to, I got to get you in Dallas so I can get you back to the old Ox.
We'll be there. We'll be there.
I know. Are you bringing Jan?
No.
What?
Nope. Oh. Now, CPAC kind of did her in. She needs a break. She says you push a little too hard at those things. It's she's got other things to do with her time. You know, she has to work for a living.
Anne's going.
Oh, great. That'll be fun then.
All right, let's get to Paul in Michigan. Paul, bail me out here, please, Paul.
Yeah, you know I will, John. Yeah, I'm totally 100% behind your position here. But you know, the casualness of which this information, of which we have lots of, in terms of the corruption, these sanctuary states which is Michigan, where I'm at, is one of them that won't give up the voter rolls. Also, there's multiple cases of fraud here in terms of third parties, NGOs creating fake registrations, and then having that turned over to the Justice Department and having it just buried. Okay, and the fact even in Michigan here we have more ballots cast than we have registered voters. And it's not the fact that China can access the data. I mean, whoever says, you can buy the data, no big deal. It's no big deal. They hacked in and got all of our data. It's what they do with the data. The fact that they can create fake registrations and then they can use that in combination with mail-in voting to manufacture ballots where there's no chain of custody. The whole system is corrupt. And then it just gets battered around here. You know, the President of the United States comes out and tries to document some of the seriousness in the corruption in our intelligence, and it just gets battered around like it's no big deal and nobody moved the needle, and we're just going to keep going as usual. It's unbelievable, and the state that we're in, and I'll just say also that I don't know if there's any way to fix the corruption that we've got going here, and we don't have any assurance. We have there's no action being taken against these states. And the fact that we can allow states and Secretary of States to operate corrupt elections and the people aren't assured that our voter rolls are clean and that ballots aren't being manufactured. I mean, in Wayne County, Michigan, I think I forget who just reported on this, but I mean, they just got, after 5 years, maybe 6 years, they just got their hands on these mail-in ballots, and they reported 174,000 mail-in ballots. And there's at least 100,000 of them are corrupted. They didn't have either the missing envelopes or the addresses were, the ballots were sent to addresses with no person to deliver to, no names on the outside of the ballots. And in that case, when we have elections here, national elections where there's 8, 10, 12, 15,000 votes are deciding the winner or loser, and right there you can demonstrate that there's an ability to inject, 70, 100,000 or more fake ballots into the system. I mean, it's ridiculous, and no one cares. No, that's not evidence. There's not proof. There's not enough reason to take action. And then, you got to listen to Rob over here standing there. I think it's no big deal for the CIA to determine what kind of intelligence goes to the elected official, which is our representative, okay, our president. They're going to decide what they can give to him or what they don't give to him. The whole thing is bad news, all bad news. And to listen to this kind of commentary, excluding you, John, is very disturbing. It might be entertaining and everything, but it's not a joke, and people are upset. And this is not going to come to a good end. I mean, the American people are not going to tolerate either one of these parties. The ineffectiveness of these parties and the grift and the scam being generated against the people is going to result in a bad outcome. I don't know what's going to happen, but I mean, people are not going to continue on with this system. They're not going to continue paying taxes. They're not going to continue funding this kind of nonsense. And, President Trump, at least, is trying to show some leadership and straighten it out. And I don't know how many more leaders we're going to have like him with that kind of courage. And he may not be perfect.
Not a lot.
The man has got courage.
Not a lot,
He's
Paul.
got courage.
Not a lot. But, Paul, thank you for your perspective. Thank you for the call, Paul, in Michigan. Rob, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I suppose a couple of things I would say is my understanding of what China was planning to do or did do with this information was not flood the US with fraudulent ballots, but it was actually to run an influence campaign, which is, to be honest, equally sinister that foreign powers would be using voter data in order to target them with specific messages. But it didn't appear that China was trying to change the results of elections. It was more to persuade voters of a particular point of view. And then the other thing is,
if you're trying to persuade, Rob,
you
look, just said they're not trying to influence the election. They wanted to persuade voters. Persuade them to do what? To influence the election.
Yeah, okay. I'm not trying to say it's not a big deal. It is. I think you should be deeply worried about it. But I'm saying that's not the same as the Chinese Communist Party filling out hundreds of thousands of fake ballots and sending them off, right? So I just want to be clear about what China was accused of doing. And then the other point was just that I don't really understand what the CIA is supposed to do with all of the intelligence it has, some of which may be verified, a lot of which will not be. Is the president supposed to spend all day, every day, sifting through all these files, trying to decide what's, there has to be a triage system to decide what the most important stuff is and what gets across his desk. So I understand a lot of anger and frustration, a lot of, interestingly, suspicion among your listeners with the deep state or whatever you want to call it. And I get that, because the more we hear, the more I suspect some of these people are not very good at their jobs. But I really don't know that the answer is giving the president all of the intelligence, because he wouldn't have time to do anything else in that case.
Yeah, and when it comes to Trump, he's doing other things with his day. We definitely see what he does, and there's nobody busier But yeah, I mean, we all have the same 24 hours in the day. Trump, I think, actually has 25 or 26 hours in his day somehow because he doesn't sleep. But interesting point on that. And just a final thought. I do have to run. I got to get on the air. But just kind of a final thought on that. Again, you're going to take a primetime address. You're going to get everybody's attention. We're all looking at the midterm elections. We got a big primary coming up in Minnesota in less than 4 weeks. So lots at stake here. I just needed a little bit more, but I haven't had a chance to go over all the data either. So we'll see how the weekend goes. And maybe next week it'll be, aha, that's what we're looking for. And now the Republicans win in November.
Before you go, President Trump endorsed Mike Lindell for governor yesterday. Polls show him actually now within striking distance. He actually could be the nominee.
Yep.
Quickly, summarize. Can he win? And are we going to see a Michelle Trafora, however I say her name, for U.S. Senate?
Yeah, with all due respect to Adam Schwarzy, who's a retired Navy SEAL, a great guy, a true patriot, great American. Nobody knows who he is. He doesn't have any money. Michelle Tafoya is the other way. I assume she'll win the primary. I assume she'll actually win the general election, quite frankly. We could have a Republican U.S. Senator, God willing. So there's that. But the Lindell endorsement by Trump, make no mistake about it, that was earth-shaking. That was huge. I mean, wow. We've got a bona fide three-way race in the primary right now. You got the endorsed candidate, the Speaker of the House, and now Mike Lindell with Trump's endorsement, which all of the candidates said they would have welcomed. He got it. They're all coming out and talking about how wonderful Trump is and how they're forwarding Trump's policies. So they're not like going back on Trump and being mad at him. Interesting to see how this goes. But in the general election, boy, Mike Lindell versus Amy Klobuchar, somebody who wins by 20 percentage points in the state over and over and over again. The battle during the general election is going to be a huge target for the liberal media. It'll be an uphill battle for Lindell to actually win. However, Jesse Ventura and Al Franken both won in Minnesota simply because of name recognition, energy, and personality. So guess what? It's Minnesota. It's anybody's game, man.
So the winner of the primary, no runoff, right? Plurality wins. He could win. He could get 38% and be the nominee, right?
Correct.
He's going to be the nominee. Mike Lindell's going to be the nominee for governor.
I think it was a big endorsement by Trump.
Because he doesn't have to win a runoff. He doesn't have to get 50%. You got to basically 5 candidates in there. It's a 3-way race. He gets 38% of the vote. He's the governor's nominee. That's going to be fun. If nothing else, we'll be entertained in Minnesota after that thing for the next 2 months. No doubt about it. Thank you, Ox. I know you got to roll.
Thank you, John. Great time. Thanks, Rob. See ya.
Rob, I got to get to these. I got to get to this White House. I got to get this White House scandal. As you know, I'm not a fan of the futures markets. Right? It's big business, Kashi and Polymarket, whatever it is. I don't get involved in them. I do athletics only, but it's big money, Rob, and it's only getting bigger. And more people are going on it. And you had the scandal where the guy that Perez was loading in the teleprompter speech and then betting on what he was going to say, made a couple $100,000. Now he's on administrative leave, no pay. This is the second scandal we've had with administration officials. There was another guy made, he's going to jail, $250,000 betting on when they were going to take out Maduro or something. I mean, this is really bad, Rob. Where's this thing going?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge amounts of money, isn't it? I'll be honest. I use Kalshi, and I had some bets on the World Cup over the past couple of weeks, and I'll be honest, I lost them all. I made the mistake of betting against Argentina, and they're the comeback kings now. Look, the extraordinary thing is that you can bet on anything. You can bet on what words Caroline Leavitt is going to say in a briefing. You can bet on the words that President Donald Trump will use in addresses. And the problem with all of these things is the danger of insider trading. Now, Kalshi, there are 2 big markets, aren't there? Kalshi and Polymarket. Kalshi is based in the US and it is regulated. Polymarket is off overseas. You basically need a VPN in order to access it. It's completely unregulated. Kalshi is trying really hard. They're pouring money into Washington, D.C., lobbying. They want to be treated essentially like other betting books that operate around the country.
they say we are the legitimate face of this business. But I think the problem is that when you can bet on absolutely anything, everybody can be an insider trader, right? I'm not going to make money on Wall Street because I don't have the connections to tell me that some biotech firm, actually their cancer drug is getting brilliant trial results. And if I get in early, I'm going to suddenly make a huge amount of money. But you know what? We both operate around the White House. We both operate around Washington. We get whispers that such and such, actually their polling numbers might not be quite as good as they look publicly. We get inside information. It's up to us to behave responsibly, you know. And I think we're going to see lots of people in all walks of life get little tidbits now where they think, oh, I can make some money on Kalshi, and they think, well, I'm not one of the big Wall Street insider trading guys, you know, that will end up going to prison. But I think it's incumbent on information we have. I'm actually not surprised by what we've seen with the White House. The staffer who's been put on leave. I'm surprised it's not happening more often in a way, because we all have information.
Well, we don't know if it is. But the problem is what you just said. We don't know what it is. Now, I agree with you 100%. It's not going away. Okay, and what the futures market gambling system has allowed to have happen is you can bet on anything. So when you can bet on anything, it's like you said, you don't have information on Wall Street. You don't follow baseball, right? I mean, I'm going to make a bet tonight on a pitcher that has been under the radar screen, that has been lights out. I know I'm going to get 6 or 7 innings out of him. I know their closers back now because they had a 3-day rest. They're tough at home. Well, I study that stuff, and that's the bet that I'm going to make tonight. Don't know if I'll win. But my question to you is this, right? You said you made several bets on the World Cup on Kashi. Why didn't you put those bets on DraftKings or MGM or Caesars? Why did you go to a futures market rather than a book that you can do on your phone like Kashi? What drove you to make that bet on a predictive market site rather than a traditional gambling site?
I don't really understand my way around all the different gambling sites in the United States. So that I've tended to use it. I mean, the country where I come from, the United Kingdom, you can bet on pretty much anything through a standard bookmakers that you get on the high street or through their website. Here, I just don't really understand. Different states have different regulations. You know, when you're in Las Vegas, it's one thing. When I'm playing DraftKings, which I do for fun with my friends during football season, in certain parts of the country it doesn't work, and I have to send messages back to friends elsewhere saying here's my team. So Kalshi has made it very simple. I don't know the ins and outs of the way all the different books work, but Kalshi I do understand. It's just, that's it really. They make it very, very simple.
Oh, you're right. Okay, you gave me the answer. Because if you go to different states, like in Washington, D.C., where I live, if I go to Maryland, there's a couple of them. I think MGM I can't do in Virginia or something if you go over the border. So it's a pain in the ass. So I do get that. Also, if you're in a state where there's no gambling, Texas, Georgia, there's a lot of them. You can't bet on any of them. Right? Mississippi, you have to be in the casino area, things of that nature. But Kashi, it's national. You can be anywhere. You can be on a plane and put the bet in. You can't do that on the traditional sports book. So I understand that. But Rob, the money that is flowing in to the futures market, and it's not going away. I think it needs more regulation, but it has addicted people to gambling, because if you're doing athletics like I do, you have to be a sports fan. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it, right? What you do with the futures markets is you can bet on anything. So it doesn't matter what you're interested in. You can bet on when somebody's going to have their next concert, right? So it creates this gambling aura where you don't have to be interested in just baseball, football, or hockey. You can be interested in politics or anything else, and state stuff, whatever it may be, and you can bet on that. And so it creates that, and you can do it right on your phone in 5 minutes. And the other thing is you're betting against other people. So it's like, it's almost like you're at a poker table where you go to a gambling site, a bookmaker site, you're betting against the house, right? You go to a kasha, you're betting against somebody bet on Argentina, somebody bet on England, or whatever the games were, Spain or whatever. And it depends on, you're betting against each other. So that's also different. But the insider thing, I don't think we've even seen the tip of the iceberg, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other aspects of this is, I don't know if you do this, but I've started to look at Kalshi or other markets as a way of understanding politics. So, if you take a poll that tells me this is Trump's approval rating, anybody can say whatever they like to pollsters, right? And we know that pollsters work very hard to try and get their numbers accurate. But at the end of the day, someone asks me a question, you answer it. You don't have to tell them, you can say whatever the hell you want. Think about Kalshi or other prediction markets that now are getting into politics. If you're putting money on Donald Trump for his approval rating to go up or his approval rating to go down, you're putting your money where your mouth is. So there is a school of thought that says that these statistics are actually a much better way of understanding politics than polling. So if you're looking at who's going to be the nominee for 2028, whenever I'm writing a story about J.D. Vance versus Marco Rubio, I'm always looking at these numbers. What do people who have to put money, or people are putting money on this? It's not just telling yes or no. So I'm watching these numbers with real fascination. Who's up, who's down? I think it adds something to what we do.
I think you're onto something. We're with Rob Crilly, Washington Examiner. He does a column every day called Secrets. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Getting there. Rob, I agree with what you're saying, because you can look at, the polling says, Democrats +7 in midterms. Cook says this person says that. Then you go to Kashi, and it's very close, right? So if you bet the Democrats to win the midterms, you're betting against other people saying the Republicans are, and that margin is not 7. It's very close. So when people are betting on it, they're betting in a different way than what the pollsters are saying. It could go the opposite. So, yeah. I mean, if you looked at Kashi during Collins Plattner, everybody was saying Plattner was up by 7. But if you bet Plattner in Maine, he was the underdog. So everybody was betting Collins. So, the insiders there knew something we didn't know, which was this guy was going to implode, which he did.
Yeah, I mean, and as I say, it's something. So look, I'm looking at it now, and you can the Maine Senate winner, and the Democratic Party now is 65% to win, Republican Party 35%, and you can see the moment where things change is when Plattner drops out, and I don't know, you've raised concerns about the way it can turn everybody into an addict, essentially. There are all sorts of questions about how it needs to be regulated. But if you, so I take on board your very important points, but I find it actually quite a useful tool for us to do our jobs. And one of the things I've decided to do is to stay away from any of the politics markets, because essentially I do have inside information. And I don't want.
That's the same thing as me, Rob. But the bottom line is, look, online gambling on sports is not going away. It's only going to get bigger, right? Predictive future market gambling, Kashi. There'll be another firm that launches. It's a matter of time. That's only going to get bigger. The gambling in the U.S. now, it's growing by 15% annually. It's the biggest growth industry in the country. You are not going to stop it. So when you can't stop something, you got to figure out how to ride it and how to make it as the best that you're going to be, because you're not going to put this genie back in a bottle. Okay, it's not going to happen. And I've been gambling on athletics since I'm probably a teenager, most of the time illegally with bookmakers back in the day. But, it is what it is. And so this is not going away, not today, not ever. And so we just got to figure this out. Okay, final thing. ABC and NBC networks decide arbitrarily they're not going to carry the president's national address because they don't agree with the topic. So now I guess they're the arbiters of whether or not you can hear the leader of the free world do a national address at 9 p.m. Eastern. What is your reaction to that?
Look, this is the way networks work. I mean, they can decide what to broadcast or not to broadcast. I think the discussion we had before, I was slightly underwhelmed by the evidence that was put forward in the speech. Did it need to go out on the networks? I don't know. But look, in this day and age, everything is so fragmented. I was coming back from Atlanta on a flight last night, which was delayed. I watched the speech on my phone. Come on, let's be honest. If you want to watch the speech, you can get hold of it wherever you want. Who's watching network terrestrial TV at 9 o'clock on a weekday anyway? Aren't we all streaming stars?
I was.
Okay.
I was at my hotel, and the last thing I wanted to do was look at my phone screen. You were on a plane, so it's a little bit different. But I wouldn't go to NBC or NBC or ABC either, so I didn't give a rat's ass. But, I think they should have covered it. I mean, it's the President of the United States, because now basically you got networks deciding what information you're going to get, and that is called censorship, and you can't get around it. Let's take a phone call. Rob, we have not agreed on anything today except the predictive market is going to get bigger, and you can't do anything about it. You better regulate it. All right, we agreed on that. Let's get to, and I think we are betting the same soccer team. I'm never betting against Argentina again, ever. Let's get to Dave in Virginia. Dave in Virginia, you're live, Dave. Go ahead, Dave. Dave there? No, Dave. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, go.
You got me?
Yep.
Yeah. A couple of things, John. I love the post-game comments you play by the various coaches. There's a couple of others I'd like to recommend.
Yes.
Both concerning the Cubs, my team.
Yes.
One is the Elia rant after the Cubs lost another game.
Oh, God, yes.
We
got to get that. Oh, yeah. That's when he blasted the bleacher bums saying they don't have a job, so they come here and harass my team. Yeah. Okay, yes. Definitely.
Yeah. And the other one's the Tommy Lasorda rant after Dave Kingman hit 3 home runs against the Dodgers.
Very good. Okay, great.
And have your finger on the mute button, though, and if you can get those. But on the serious matter, last week.
Wait, let me get this.
Let me
get this done. So, Dan, over the weekend, you got to get the Elia rant on the Cubs, right? Just take out the F words. And then same thing with Lasorda after Dave Kingman hit the third home run on the. I think at the time he was with the Mets, and he hit 3.
No, he was with the Cubs.
Oh, he was with the Cubs. That's right. Kingman's with the Cubs. So you got 2 Cubs ones. Yeah. Dan, get those this weekend, especially the Elia rant when he blasted the bleacher bums and he said none of them have jobs. This is back before they had.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Oh, God, it's a classic. Thank you. But go ahead, Dave.
And, Mitch McConnell. Let's not forget what his main contribution was when he was Senate leader. He refused to forward the nomination of Gary, whatever his name was, to the Supreme Court. Merrick Garland, yeah. And I'm sure Obama had steam coming out of every orifice when he refused to do that. So let's give him credit for that. And last thing is I'll be at the track on Saturday. Would it be possible to come by and say hi to you?
Yes. Sweet 9.
Sweet 9? Okay.
Yeah. Now that I'm having an event. I'm having an event. So you'll have to text me to get in. So I'll have to come and go up on the 4th floor, text me, and then we'll let you in. All right?
Okay, John.
But
Thanks a lot.
We have one deal here when you come to my suite, okay? Do not come here in the middle of the racing day and start talking to me about politics, okay? Because I don't want to be rude. I don't want to talk about it. I'm here to pick winners, handicap. Get all my charts out, got my stuff out. Don't be coming in here trying to bend my ear about some political issue. Not in the middle of the racing day. Deal?
I like to. Yeah, it's a deal. I
All
like
right.
to play the exactas, so have one ready for me.
I don't know. I don't do exotic betting. I bet to win only. That's how I make money. I only bet to win. I don't bet exotic. I don't bet exactas, trifectas. I don't bet quinellas, pick five, win, place and show. I only bet to win. That's it. So I'll give you my winners. You want to do an exacta, you'll have to figure it out. That's it. Rob, thanks for being with us. Rob, I'm
Great
not
to be
betting
with you.
against Argentina ever. Just not doing it. Messi's just going to score goals at the end of the game to win. Crazy. John Fredericks Media Network, Virginia Gang is up next. Morgan Griffith, ready to go. Keep it right here.
18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden.
The president says those responsible should be held accountable. Willie Nelson, Washington.
Iran's refusal to release its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz having devastating results for the Iranians. The U.S. attacked Iran again overnight, roads and bridges taken out. Former Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham has been officially declared the leader of Britain's governing Labour Party. That clears his final hurdle to taking office as Prime Minister next week. Stock futures sharply lower ahead of this morning's opening bell. Townhall.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-5331. 800-499-5331. 800-499-5331.
School bus crash in East Central Africa has killed at least 20 youngsters and one adult.
The Uganda police force says in a statement the bus crashed Thursday night in the east of the country while returning from an educational tour to the region's Sipi waterfalls. The driver, losing control of the bus, which veered off the road, struck a rock and overturned. Police say, however, that information is preliminary at this point and the cause of the crash under investigation. Police say survivors, including 3 adults and several children, have been taken to local hospitals. Authorities have not immediately given an exact number of how many people were injured. Road accidents are common in Uganda and are often blamed on poorly maintained vehicles, speeding and the rough conditions of many roads. I'm Charles Philadesma.
Been another series of Russian attacks on Ukraine overnight. This time, at least 4 civilians were killed and 20 wounded, according to President Zelensky. News and analysis, townhall.com. Federal investigators let Tesla off the hook.
The National Transportation Safety Board says the driver of a runaway Tesla that killed a Texas grandmother in her home last month had pressed the accelerator to full speed, suggesting the vehicle's self-driving software was not to blame, concluding that the driver had overridden that feature by pressing on the pedal before slamming through the brick wall of the home at more than 70 miles per hour, burying the 76-year-old woman under piles of crumpled plaster and split beams. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is also investigating. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
SpaceX's next Starship test flight is on hold at least until next week. Following yesterday's launch that had to be scrubbed at the last minute, the mega rocket was preparing to blast off from Texas when some of its engines failed to ignite. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me! I'm a man! I'm 40!
They're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work off till we ain't close anymore. And it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet. Because we're saying could have and they ain't.
All right, great to have you with us. I am live at Colonial Downs Racetrack in New Kent. Racing, well, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Post time, 12:30 p.m. You want to check it out, go to colonialdowns.com. General admission free. Bring the family. It's all free. Parking is free. Plenty of parking. Most beautiful racetrack in America right here. You're going to have so much fun. All you got to do is go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. And if you don't like the horses, well, I'm sorry, but there's slot machines downstairs. There's sportsbook upstairs. So much fun, and the food is excellent. Looking at it right now, right in my suite, out the window. Absolutely breathtakingly gorgeous. Just go to colonialdowns.com. Check us out, colonialdowns.com, and we love to see you here. We got racing today. We got a Saturday. We got a Sunday, all through September 7th. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, post time, 12:30 p.m. Good to have you with us. Okay, let's get to the Virginia gang, and we've got a special guest with us. Joe Morrissey on his way. We've got Chap Peterson, former state senator from Fairfax, Democrat, and Congressman Morgan Griffith. Chap, Morgan, great to have you guys with us.
Thank you, John.
Good to be with you.
Let's go to the congressman. Called me last night, and he said he was dropping a bill. He had some interesting information. And I'm like, well, we got to get Chap and Joe on because it's we get three lawyers on at the same time trying to explain this. Congressman, tell Chap what your bill is and why you think it's got legs.
Well, here's the bottom line. Birthright citizenship has been a big issue. The Supreme Court does the Barbara case, says that it applies to everybody, not just what some folks believed and what the legal arguments was that it only applied because the 14th Amendment was trying to make sure the slaves that had just been freed were allowed to be citizens and that they couldn't use that as an excuse in any of the states where they had the slaves. Court said, nope, it applies to everybody born in the United States. But, and I just stumbled across this, I can't say that I had this knowledge in the back of my mind for years. This court also has ruled in the past, as early as 1901, and one of the Court of Appeals ruled as late as 2012. American territories aren't covered by the 14th Amendment. The only way you get citizenship there is by an act of Congress. And in fact, 4 of the 5 territories have citizenship, but American Samoa does not, because Congress has not granted them citizenship. And that's why you had the 2012 case, is that some of their citizens said, wait a minute, we're covered by this as well. We should have all the rights of a U.S. citizen. And the Court of Appeals, and it didn't go to the Supreme Court. Whether they turned it down or not, I don't know. I'm still working on some of that research. But the Court of Appeals said, nope, the case law is clear. It doesn't apply to the territories. Therefore, I've introduced a bill to end birthright citizenship in the 4 territories that currently have citizenship, because there, if you're born on that territory, you're granted citizenship as if you were in the United States. But the 14th Amendment doesn't apply, so the Barbara case doesn't apply. Now, here's where this becomes significant. We have tourist companies, according to the New York Post, and I think it's pretty accurate. They may get a little out there on the edges sometimes, but it's pretty accurate on this, has documented that there are Chinese companies advertising in China, go to the Northern Marianas, have a nice vacation, and have an American baby. And what they're doing is the Chinese are sending folks over there. They're getting their child American citizenship, U.S. citizenship, and then they're taking them back to China, raising them as Chinese nationals. But now they're entitled to all the benefits of being a U.S. citizen, voting in U.S. elections when they turn of age, going to universities, getting whatever benefits are available to a U.S. citizen are now going to be available to thousands, if not tens of thousands of Chinese, because they've gone to the Northern Marianas for 2 weeks, had a baby, and gone back to China. And somebody was telling me last night, and I had not checked this out for the Northern Marianas, but that you don't even need a visa to get from China to the Northern Marianas. One of the people at a meeting I was at last night confirmed that's true for Guam. Whether it's true for the Northern Marianas, I can't say. But this is a threat to our nation. And what my bill says, it does not take away the citizenship of the people of Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Northern Marianas, or Guam. It just says if you have a baby there, you don't get birthright citizenship unless one of the parents is a U.S. citizen. So that way the children of people who are Puerto Ricans will still be U.S. citizens. The child has to be one of the parents has to be a U.S. citizen, or the parent has to be a alien who is a legally permanent resident. So I'm not trying to exclude anybody who wants to be a part of America, but I am trying to exclude foreign actors from using our system against us.
Reaction, Chap Peterson.
Okay, well, I'm going to read from the 14th Amendment because, as Morgan knows, I am a strict constructionist when it comes to the 14th Amendment. It says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So I would take that to mean, and I'm not a congressman, but I would take that to mean if they don't live in a state, then the 14th Amendment doesn't apply, because you got to live in a state. You have to reside in a state in order for the 14th Amendment to apply. Now, I'll be the sole defender, I'm sure, this morning. I think the Supreme Court got it right. I think if someone is born in the United States, and when I mean that to 50 states, I think under the plain language of this text, they're a citizen unless their father or mother is a diplomat, in which case they're exempt from U.S. jurisdiction. And I think that's been a long time exception. In terms of the Marianas, it's funny you bring that up, Congressman, because I'm actually taking my wife Sharon out to Hawaii for our 30th anniversary in a few weeks. So I'm pretty excited to get out to that part. A territory, again, is not a state. It's under your all's direct jurisdiction, so y'all can do what you want. So, it sounds reasonable to me. I think one thing you could do is, if you're worried about people coming into the Northern Marianas and having kids, why not tax them? I mean, why not apply some type of, OBGYN tax or something for foreign births? I don't know. I just, to me, I'm not as worried about birth tourism as other people, but I'm always like, hey, if people want to come here, and we need more babies in the world. So, anyways, that's the perspective from the left side. So there you go. Go to it.
But
let me say this, John. Chap and I would agree. If people want to come here to become a part of the United States of America and share in the American dream, I'm all for that. Let's do it legally. Look, I'm even for making it easier to do it legally. But let's do it legally, and what really bothers me about those folks coming into the Northern Marianas is that they're not coming here because they want to be a part of the American dream. They're coming here as either taking advantage of benefits or working on behalf of the Chinese government to have U.S. citizens that they can then implant in our universities or have get into our country, because they're carrying a U.S. passport without having to go through the checks you would normally have for a foreign citizen. And that's my big concern, and why I think that this is a really good bill. It does apply to the other territories as well. And it's interesting, in the meeting I was in last night, the person had a relative and they were texting with them as we were talking, who is actually an OBGYN doctor in Guam, and said, yeah, they don't need a visa to get into Guam. And we have a lot of Chinese who come in, have their baby, and go back to China. That's not coming here to share the American dream. That's taking advantage of our laws. And it's an area where, whether you agree with the Supreme Court or not in the Barbara case, it is now the law of the land. So I'm not trying to change the law in the states, as Chat put it, but in the territories, let's make it clear, if you're a U.S. citizen and you have a child, your child's going to be a U.S. citizen. But if you're just coming in on vacation, or you're there for a short period of time and you're not a U.S. citizen or a resident legal alien, your kid doesn't automatically get citizenship because they were born in the Northern Marianas or any of the other territories. Again, the great distinction here, which I think is really interesting, that makes it clear that we have this authority, is that the American Samoans are not considered U.S. citizens. They're just American nationals. And so their children don't automatically have citizenship, nor do anybody who shows up there as a tourist and has a baby. They don't get American citizenship. But in the Northern Marianas, in the Virgin Islands, Guam, Puerto Rico, you get there and you're able to have a child while you're there, that child automatically becomes a U.S. citizen under the statutory law, not the constitutional law.
Joe Morrissey joining us. Joe, you want to weigh in?
Hey, Joe.
By the way, Joe, a candidate, I love this. Joe, a candidate for city council in Petersburg up in November. Joe, again, what ward is that? What district?
It's Ward 5. And
Ward
John,
5.
what am I going to fix?
You're going to fix the potholes, Joe. I was telling somebody the other day, I'm Ward 2 chairman in DC, and I got an email. I was just leaving, and somebody was an email and said, hey, they're making me move where they pick my garbage up, and I need a new garbage can from the city because, it's not the new one. Can you get me? I mean, it really humbles you when you're at that level. Like, a guy needs a new garbage can. I got to go figure it out. That's what you're doing, Peter.
Exactly. And I'm happy to do that.
Humbles you. Joe, it humbles you. It really does.
Hey, let me tell you something, John. Right outside the studio, I walk up and down picking up the trash, outside. I love it when somebody says, do you really want people seeing you do that? Darn right I do. I want them to honk their horn and say, and know that Joe's out there doing it. But anyway, John, you're going to think this is funny. You've talked about Joe fixing things for so long. Our billboards, our yard signs, it says on the bottom, and it's because of you, John Fredericks, Joe fixes things. And yesterday I was standing in front of this huge pothole on Harding Street. We took a picture of it. We'll post it. Joe fixes things. Anyway, good to see my former House colleague, Morgan, who left the House to go to the United States House of Representatives, and always good to see my Senate colleague, Chap Peterson. The only thing I'm going to weigh in is say both of the gentlemen are correct. We should not be allowed to game the system by going in, having a child in a U.S. territory hospital for the sole purpose of gaining U.S. citizenship. And the last thing that Morgan said is very important. There's a difference between statutory law and constitutional law. Much more difficult to change the Constitution, and that's because that's the way the framers designed it. Yep. Statutory law, much easier. Out.
Morgan?
And thus my bill.
All right.
All right, let's talk about what else is going on in Congress. The speech by the president last night. What did you make of that, Morgan?
I thought it was interesting. His speechwriters did a nice job, and he towed the line in while he has concerns about 2020, more concern in the election he participated in, more concerning was data that's come to him, and we'll all get to see it here today or in the next few days, that shows that the intelligence community was aware that the Chinese were grabbing the identities. That doesn't mean that the votes were counted wrong, but grabbing the identities of American citizens or American voters, getting their addresses, their voting, where they voted, etc. Of more concern will be whether or not machines were tampered with or hacked. But the fact that our intelligence community knew that something was going on and didn't take any action, and in fact did not notice the president, kept it from the president that the Chinese were, coming in and messing with our election. Again, in what I heard, he never said that actually changed the votes. Now he's still skeptical, and my colleagues may disagree with me. I still don't know, but I went to the Joe Biden swearing in because once you get past January 6th and Congress certifies you, there may be questions. There have been questions in the past about elections. 1960, the Rutherford B. Hayes election back in the 1800s, there were questions. But once you get to that point where Congress has said its piece and it's done, it's done. And Joe Biden was the president. But I thought it was good that the president didn't go in and say, yes, it was absolutely stolen. He just said there was some shenanigans going on. And we got to get to the bottom of it. And anybody that allowed shenanigans to go on or didn't, call out the rescue teams or the law enforcement authorities to get on it right away when they first discovered it back in 2020 does have some culpability. Whether it's criminal or not, that's a different story.
Chap?
Well, I didn't watch the president's speech, and I 2020 was a very strange year. It's funny, Congressman Griffith mentioned all the elections, but 2000 was pretty close too, and there was some controversy. And
yes,
and I agree with the congressman's sentiment that at some point you got to have a leader, and Joe Biden was certified and he became the leader. I don't. My biggest concern is, and I just talked about an issue where I think the Supreme Court got it right. Now I'll talk about an issue where I think they got it wrong. I do think we need a concept called Election Day. And I think we've gotten away from that concept in Virginia. The early voting of 45 days is just terrible. It just has put such a strain on candidates, and it's changed the whole concept of an election to basically, what Republicans call ballot harvesting. And I think it's become that where you just simply go out and solicit votes from people, almost like you're selling magazines door to door. And not in the sense that you get people to concentrate on the election and then go vote, but you literally have them vote right in front of you, and then take it to whatever receptacle that the vote is cast, and that's just, I was fine with no excuse early absentee voting. I was thinking like 7 days. Somehow that bill, which was Senator Janet Howe's bill, got passed at 45 days, and I'll be the first to admit I was asleep at the switch because, normally we were able to shave those things down. But we need to have a concept called Election Day where people are made aware of the election. The people that are actually out of town or bedridden can vote absentee, but the overwhelming bulk of the population votes on Election Day. And I think once we have that, we will have a much more standardized process, not to mention we'll know the result right away, and we won't have to wait for 3 or 4 weeks. So I think the Supreme Court had an opportunity to define that, and they swung and missed. And I actually think that the Constitution speaks about Election Day, and I think they missed on that.
Joe?
There's something sacred about Election Day. Going up, you vote, you get your sticker, you go back, other people see that you vote. I love that, always have. As Chap said, we've gotten away from that when you have 45 days ahead of time. No, it's no longer that sacred day, so to speak. For those individuals that aren't able to get out, serving our country abroad, they are going to be in another state on that day. That's great to have that absentee voting within a small time window. But here's the problem, and Chap touched on it. It's the harvesting of votes. That's not campaigning to get going out and campaigning and saying, look, this is what I'm going to do if you elect me to the United States Congress or to City Council. I will do this. This is what I've done in the past. Look at that. This is what I'll do. Please vote for me on Election Day. That's not what takes place. It's a harvesting, going into a 10-story high-rise where there are senior citizens that don't know the candidate and harvesting votes, not educating them to vote for the candidate. And that's what's going on, and that's the problem.
So how do you stop it, Morgan?
This is a state issue at this point. I'm not saying I've never voted for anything on elections, because obviously on federal elections we have jurisdiction, and I currently sit on the committee of jurisdiction on federal elections, which is the House Administration Committee. But we also need to be careful that we don't, suddenly go in and have a federal takeover of all the elections. But that said, maybe we need to put some parameters in, because 45 days is ridiculous. I think it's one of the longest in the nation, if not the longest. And it is just ridiculous. And I'm going to agree with Chap. I'd rather have it just be election day with the absentee balloting. But, if you wanted to do something 7 days in advance, that's not nearly as obnoxious as having 45 days of early voting. And now they're voting on Sunday too.
Yep.
And it changes the whole process. And I have to tell you, in going out and educating voters and so forth, my campaign back in 2010 for the United States Congress gelled in October. And going up against a 28-year incumbent, I'm not sure I would have gotten into the race if it was 45 days of early voting, because you have so much less time to actually educate the voters. And it takes a lot more money to run a campaign in a 45-day cycle when you have 45 days of voting than it does when you have 1 or even 6 or 7. I think it has completely changed this for the negative, because voters are voting unaware. And like I said, my campaign in 2012 gelled in October. On October 1st, our polls showed us 18 points down. Huge number of undecideds. But if all those folks had already voted 2 weeks earlier, October 1 is 2 weeks after voting's already started. And if all those folks had voted 2 weeks earlier, I probably wouldn't have won. And in all fairness, I might not have even run, because of the additional cost in trying to make sure you get out and you harvest all those votes. You show up at that high-rise apartment complex, although we don't have those in the 9th District much. Maybe a couple of stories, but I don't know what you call them high-rise. But it really is it hurts the election process from being a fair process where everybody gets to have a battle of ideas. And whether you're Democrat or Republican, the idea of an election cycle is to have a battle of ideas, not who's got the best machine to go get people to vote before they know what the candidates stand for.
It's about,
Morgan,
ballots and boxes.
Morgan, let me tell you what you have in your district, though. You have group homes for intellectually challenged adults.
You do.
You in some jurisdictions where they put people up in a hotel because they're homeless. I don't want to see harvesting of votes into that intellectually challenged group home. They are a wonderful population. Please go there, talk to them, educate them. I love sitting down with those individuals that had either intellectual challenges or physical disabilities and say, listen, look what I've done in my track record, and this is what I'll do. But once again, educate that voter, not harvest that vote.
I agree.
No doubt. Because what we've got now is it's all about putting ballots in boxes. And I've been advocating, the Republicans, until you change it, you can grouse about it, but you got to get in the game. You got to play the hand you're dealt. We're not doing it. And we're getting crushed in mail-in ballots. If you looked at the referendum, okay, and I've worked tirelessly, everybody knows, in getting our side to embrace early voting, because it is what it is, right? Till I can change it, I got to go, when I coach basketball, I got to go up against whatever defense they've put in place. I can't change what they're doing. I got to figure it out. So if you look at the referendum, okay, we crushed it, the no vote, on election day, beat it by 12, not even close. On early voting, we lost by 1 point, an extraordinary early voting effort for no. Extraordinary. We've been fighting forever, and I commend our early voters. Mail-in ballots, we got beat by 27 points. I mean, you can't win. You got beat by 27 points on mail-in ballots. And I'm not suggesting fraud. I'm sure it was legitimate, but the Democrats know how to get those out. We don't. And so therefore, you're never going to win if they're beating you on mail-in ballots by 27%. You can't win. That's That's the problem. So you guys have absolutely nailed it. I got to get a caller in. Adrian in Virginia. You're on with the Virginia gang. Adrian, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I just got a comment and I got a question for the guys there about a bill that's coming up, I think, at the Virginia State House. My comment is, John, that this morning you went off about how great the speech was this yesterday. That President Trump nailed it and such and all that, and how important it was to hear that speech. And then we have Democrats, and I'll take it on chat. I'm sure there's more that they didn't even care to watch it. They don't think that wasn't important enough to, let you know where the country is, John. Just point blank, let you know where it's at. But the reason I called is I wanted to get the guys' comment on SB 624, a bill that's coming up about Islamics and Muslims, how they're trying to propose where you cannot sit there and make fun of Allah, you cannot make fun of Muslims. I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I also, if I've understood it right, even if you're not a Muslim, and let's say, I said something bad about it, I get penalized or such. So I was curious to know what their opinion is about this bill they're trying to push in the Virginia State House. SB 24, S624 is what it's called. If I'm correct.
Who wants to weigh in?
Okay, well, I'll take the first shot at that. I'm not familiar with SB 624, but I'm familiar with something called the First Amendment, which basically forbids a state government from putting restrictions on speech. And if people want to make fun of Christianity or Islam or Judaism or anything else, you may like it, you may not like it, you may agree with it, you may not agree with it, but a state law cannot restrict it. And I actually have a case in the Second Circuit, and John, at a later time, we'll talk about the Redskins and Native American Guardians and the New York state law that I'm about to strike down, by the way, on the Massapequa Chiefs. But my position is very clear that the First Amendment of the United States says governments cannot pass a law restricting what people can say.
Yeah.
Or think.
Let me say this. That now you know why I often stood up on the floor of the Senate and went like this and said what he said, referring to Chap Peterson. Let me tell you something. I taught constitutional law. If we ever get into a situation where we legislate what people can say, either favorably or unfavorably, that is the end of democracy. All right? You ought to be able to. It doesn't mean we like it. It doesn't mean that it's palatable, but you need to protect it. One Supreme Court justice said, protecting speech that we agree with is the easy part. Protecting speech that we loathe is the hard part. But that's what you have to protect. If people want to make fun of people that wear glasses or are bald or are Jewish or are Irish Catholic, it's not very Christian. It's not correct, but they ought to have the right to do that. There was a sign once at the bottom of Shockoe Bottom in Richmond that called Barack Obama a tribal witch doctor. And the caricature was of a tribal witch doctor. And folks said, well, you obviously, Joe, think that's wrong and we ought to take it down and blah, blah, blah. I said, absolutely not. That is free speech. Somebody wants to utter those words. You don't have to agree with it, but you can't censor them. So, in conclusion, I haven't seen that bill, and I'm not in the state Senate, but if I were, I would kill it in a New York second.
Morgan?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with my colleagues. People say things about me all the time I don't like. That doesn't mean I get to take down their words or do something bad unless it's threatening immediate violence. I remember as a child when the Nazis wanted to march in, I believe it was Skokie, Illinois, and the response was not to say they couldn't do it, but huge numbers of citizens showed up and turned their backs on them to show that they didn't approve of the message. Right. That's the way you do it. You use free speech against free speech. You do not ban free speech, whether it be religion or political ideas. If it's not a threat of immediate violence, you protect it. It's extremely important, whether you're on the right or the left. It's important that we protect free speech.
And There's
Chris
another
Saxman
protection
has-
out there, and it's called the law of defamation. You can't, if you want to say something about somebody that's false, you run the risk of being sued for defamation. So that's the only other point that I would add into it.
Saxman just joined us. Good to have you with us, Chris, on the Virginia Gang. Chris Saxman, Joe Morrissey, former state senator, Petersburg, now an independent, was a Democrat running for city council. Chap Peterson, former state senator, Fairfax, also ran for lieutenant governor, Democrat. Congressman Morgan Griffith, Republican Freedom Caucus in the 9th District in Virginia. That's Salem all the way down to the border. It's about 9 million miles. You go there Tuesday, you get back like Friday or something. And Saxman's with us. And we're looking forward to Sax. I'm going to see you tomorrow, Saxman. I'm excited that you're bringing your beautiful bride to our event tomorrow. I haven't seen Michelle in a while, so we're excited about that.
Well, she's excited as well. We're looking forward to it. I have to call you after the show because Michelle has questions. So I'll keep that up with you. But Senate Bill 624, and it's great to see my former colleagues on here, especially Morgan, my former seatmate, gentleman I've known and respected for well over a quarter of a century now. It's hard to imagine it's been that long, but thank you for your service, your continued service to the Fighting Ninth in the Southwest Virginia. But Senate Bill 624 basically codifies Islamophobia as assault and battery. It's such a constitutional reach. It was continued in the state Senate until 2027. So I don't think it's going anywhere, Adrian. So, but it's one of those things you got to keep on your radar. It'll probably be used more and more for Republicans to raise money off of than anything else. So that's just the nature of the political world these days. But falling back to the elections question, look, we got a real problem in this country. Both political parties are endemically corrupt. There's no trust in our system, and citizens have to step up and start taking control of this, because basically the two parties in every state control ballot access. And that's like giving plumbers the ability to draw the plumbing code, right? You just can't do this and have an open, free debate in our country. Every other country in the world has a far more free market oriented system for elections and political parties than we do. It's a duopoly. It's not serving us well. I think it served us well in the Cold War era, but I think we've seen a lot of strains on our two-party system, and I think it's quite dangerous to the problems we need to solve right now in this country.
I tell you what, Chris, I agree with that 100%. I think you nailed it. We've been talking about this issue, obviously, since the speech, almost the entire 4 hours, and very well put, very cogent and succinct. Thank you, Adrian. Let's get to another caller.
John, before you go there, I'm going to have to leave. I've got other things to do, but I've enjoyed being with the team, and I hope all of you all have a great week, and it's always good to be with you.
Who's your pick on the soccer game? World Cup champions Sunday night.
I'm going with Spain.
Oh, wow. Upset.
That's not an upset.
That's not an upset.
That's not an upset.
They're the favorite. They're the favorites.
All right. I don't know. It's tough betting against Argentina. You keep betting against them, they just keep winning.
No, they do win. They do win.
Tough to do, baby. Okay, let's get to Nancy in South Jersey, not New Jersey. She wants to be known as South Jersey. Nancy, you're on with the Virginia Gang. Nancy, go ahead. Go ahead, Nancy. You there? All right, no, Nancy. Well, we lost Nancy. Meantime, guys, Chap, I just got to get to you. I mean, we got the Godzilla wins tomorrow, but why are you picking Spain over Argentina?
Oh, no. I would. Spain's the favorite.
Oh, yeah.
And they're the number one ranked team in the world, and they've consistently been the best team in Europe, which typically makes you the best team in the world. Look, Argentina scraped by. I mean, don't forget, they beat Cape Verde in overtime. They came back against Egypt. They were down 2-0. They came back against England. They were down 1-0. They just are magic. And Messi is, I equate him to like a Michael Jordan or a Tom Brady, where when the moment gets big, he rises.
Mm-hmm.
What he did against England, that was amazing. I was in a pub up here, and I mean, the place, people were screaming.
Yeah.
That England had all their guys back on defense and just could not shut him down. So it's going to be great soccer. I can't wait. Sorry that the U.S. kind of crapped the bed there at the very end, but it's been a great tournament. Really enjoyed it. I give credit to the president or whoever kind of put this together to have the Cup in the United States is a great idea. It's been a lot of fun.
Saxman, who's your pick?
If I was putting money, I'd put it on Spain, but my heart's in Argentina. Michelle and I were down there in May. We love the people. I texted them throughout, all my friends in Argentina throughout the game. I love Messi. I love the Argentinian president, Milei, who said the only left that works is Messi's left foot.
It's a great line.
It's a great line. It's not inaccurate.
He had the best campaign commercial ever. He had all these little pieces of paper with all these agencies in Argentina, like just paste like Scotch tape, right? Well, he had like 50 agencies, all this bureaucracy. And it was a 60-second TV ad. He says, "Elect me president. Here's what I'm going to do. This agency, God." Then he tore it off. This agency, God. This agency, God. He's throwing the papers around. The ad was hilarious, but it worked because people are like, "Yeah, we don't need all this bureaucracy."
Yeah, it's a great country with a lot of wonderful people, and they've got a bright future if they reelect Milei next year, because they've got to institutionalize a lot of this change and get away from the socialism that's basically ruined South America. And South America has more people than Europe. It's really the growth continent for the next century, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah. Joe, who's your pick on the soccer World Cup champion before I run out of time on this?
Short answer is clearly Argentina is my choice from my heart. All right. But with that said, kudos to the committee that brought or were successful in getting the World Cup to the United States. The impact on American soccer cannot be overstated. I mean, my kids have watched, I can count at least 5 or 6 games, and we're driving, and Chase and Maverick are saying, "Daddy, are we going to get home in time to watch the such and such game? It's being played at whatever." And the front row, they sit there, Chase, Bell, and Maverick, rooting for these teams that are not the United States. The Twins are watching them going, "What's going on?" It has been fabulous for the sport. With regard to the two teams, Argentina is a team that doesn't understand the word quit. Mm-hmm. They believe that their moment is at the end of the game. I was talking to Chase, and I was saying there was a great coach for NC State named Jim Valvano, who, when they went on their 6-game run to win the national championship in basketball, he said to his team, "I just want to be I just want to be in a position to win at the end of the game, a position to win." And that's what they did. And they won like 3 or 4 games by 1 point. And so I said, that's what Argentina does. They put themselves in a position to win. And so far, they own the last 10 minutes of the game. The defense, Spain's defense, is much better than Argentina's. Argentina's is porous. But I'm going with the heart of the Argentinian team. I'm going with them. I love Messi. I got 2 little twins that are 4 that are wearing Messi jerseys.
You gotta bet Argentina. I mean, seldom do I bet knowing I'm going to lose and don't care, right? Seldom. I never do that, except when I bet the Astros or something, or the Titans with Joe, and I know I'm going to lose, but I'm at the game. I bet it anyway. You're going to lose. I'm going to bet Argentina, knowing I'll probably get beat. I don't care. I want to root for them. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, speaking of gambling, I got 2 more things I want to go over, because I want to end with Chap Peterson's suit that he's going to win here with the Massapequa Chiefs, which is huge, which I'm going to get to in a minute. But we got to talk about this these predictive markets, this Kashi thing and Paula market, the scandal that just was in the White House. I was there yesterday in the briefing room that dominated the questioning, because you got a guy in there, Perez, that's loading in the president's speech in the teleprompter. That's his job. He's loading it in, and the president's changing it as he's going. And he goes on Kashi, and he makes $120,000 betting what he's going to say. And he's already loaded. I mean, come on, man. And then you had the guy that made $300,000 that's going to jail, that bet on, and had other people bet the day they were going to take out Maduro, because he was planning it. I mean, this something. Look, you're not going to stop this, Saxman. You can't stop it. It's growing. Gambling in this country is the biggest industry out there. It's growing by 15% annually. You're not going to stop it. But what do you do with what we just saw in the White House 2 days ago?
You have to regulate it. You have to regulate at the state level.
Thank
I
you.
mean, states should be able to say, look, we're not going to allow this in the political world because there's too much at stake. You can't have. You talked about rigging elections in the portion of the program before I came on, and I thought, I think Molly Hemingway had a pretty good book on how it actually occurred with big tech manipulating the information that the American public saw throughout the 2020 cycle, and did so intentionally because they were after Donald Trump. I think that's far more provable than election fraud in the states and localities. But when you look at this going on and it's manipulating political behavior and political outcomes, then you've got a real problem that needs to be regulated. And that should be up to the states to determine whether or not they're going to intrude in that space. But, markets come and go, but, regulations have to protect the consumer, have to protect the public. And I think that's what's called for here. And gambling in a lot of, you can't gamble in college sports in Virginia. Why? Because Virginia regulators and Virginia policymakers said, we don't want our college teams to be manipulated. We don't want the downside of gambling to invade our college sports. And that's appropriate.
I think it was smart. Chap, this gambling in the United States now and the predictive market, lumping it in, growing by 15%. It's the biggest growth industry other than AI we have.
Right.
What do we do?
It's funny. I remember bringing a bill to legalize sort of sticks and bricks gambling.
Oh yeah, I remember that bill.
And that I was afraid I was going to get thrown out of my church.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and that seems so tame compared to what's happened over the past 10 years. I mean, that literally it's a nothing burger at this point. Yeah, I mean, it is. Gambling has become this massive growth industry. It's one of the things that's pushing up the salaries of every professional athlete is DraftKings and all these other, that they have just overtaken advertising, which has pushed up the value of televised sports and basically doubled everybody's salaries. I don't know what to say other than it's like insider trading on Wall Street where you find it, you got to prosecute it.
Yeah.
If the markets depend on a certain level of honesty and a certain level of a playing field that's equal and accessible to all people. And if people are betting on Calci as to whether or not we're going to invade Venezuela and a 4-star general gets someone to place a bet because he has inside information, well, it's to me, it's no different than insider trading.
Right.
And we have always had that be, going back to the 20s, that was illegal. I don't know what to say other than I agree that there needs to be state law that regulates it, and to the extent it affects interstate commerce than federal law.
Joe?
I would take it a step further and say prohibit these predictive markets, and I'm going to give you an example. When the Fed chairman speaks, every financial market in the world stops and listens to every word that's said.
Right.
And they want to know, because is the interest rates going up or down? What did the Fed chairman say that suggests they're leaning towards ticking up the interest rates or ticking it down? And it affects the markets dramatically. So if we're going to allow somebody to predict whether or not that Fed chairman talks about a particular subject matter, that tends to influence whether it happens or not happens. It's a disaster waiting to happen. And so I say I don't know how you can regulate it. You prohibit it, just like Chap said, you prohibit betting on college sports in Virginia. But I just heard and learned something myself when one of you, I think, was it you, John, that talked about the fella that helps the president with his teleprompter. A teleprompter is you read the words, and he's betting.
He loads in the president's speech. He's loading it into the teleprompter. As he's loading it, what President Trump likes to do is he likes to see it because he envisions himself making it. So he's right there, and he'll change things, and he'll tell the teleprompter loader, "No, I don't want to say that. Change it to this," and he'll load it in. The president say, "Okay." So he's doing it in real time before the speech. And then he went and he bet on Kashi. He made $120,000. Bet on Kashi, whatever it's called, on what the president was going to say when he loaded in his speech. Not good.
Oh my goodness! It's like holding up a a card that says "Go Redskins," and then putting it down, and then when the president is, and then betting. I bet $500 that the president is going to say "Go Redskins," and then hold the sign up. It's
ridiculous. I mean, something's got to get done. You're not. I understand. Get rid of it. Not going to happen. Okay, you can't put the genie back in a bottle. This thing is bigger than ever, bigger than I thought it was going to be. And look, you can't tune in a baseball game now without the bets going across the bottom of the screen by somebody funding them. I mean, it's incredible. And Chap, that's why I started Godzilla Wins.
Right.
You were one of the first guests on it 5 or 7 years ago, because we knew we had to get a platform because this thing was going to be so big, and I just figured out.
You know what the funny thing was, John?
There's got to be a way to do it.
I was on that show right when it started, and there was a big game. Caleb Williams was still the quarterback at USC, and Utah was coming to town.
That's right.
And they were the underdog, and it was like 3-1 on the money line. And I said, take your kid's 529 account and put it on Utah. I said, put everything on Utah. And they won outright. And you know how much I bet on that? 0. Because I don't like to bet. I mean, I don't take, I just don't do it. Right. So I love like the action. I love to watch people get excited. I myself am, it's the one thing I don't do. So anyways.
Chap, we got 3 minutes. You're going to win this case in Massapequa.
Yes.
Tell our audience what it is, because I'm so proud of you for taking this thing, fighting it, and now you're going to win.
Yeah. So here's the case. New York has a law which they passed, and actually wasn't even passed by the legislature. It's essentially a regulation passed by their Board of Regents that controls K-12 education that bans the use of Native names or images used on behalf of schools. So if you have a team that was named the Indians or the Warriors or the Chiefs, or even that used an arrow or a tomahawk or anything that has anything to do with Native American imagery, that is banned as for K-12 education. So the Massapequa Chiefs challenged this. I represent the Native American Guardians Association, which are tribal leaders, typically from out west, that oppose these types of bans. They want people to celebrate Native American imagery. They do not believe in the whole George Soros bullshit about, this is degrading. They were the ones that supported the Redskins, supported, the Fighting Sioux of North Dakota. So we ended up doing a partnership agreement with the school saying, look, if you keep the name Chiefs, we'll come in, we'll do actually a learning module on Native American history, culture. So you all can get something out of this. This can actually be meaningful. Well, New York refused to hold back. They went ahead to shut down the school from using the name Chiefs. By the way, Massapequa was named after a chief. There's that. We filed suit in federal court. There was an 83-page federal opinion that was written that basically kicked us out of court. We then filed an appeal to the Second Circuit. While we're under appeal to the Second Circuit, the U.S. Supreme Court came down with Louisiana v. Calais, which basically says you can't discriminate based on race. And there is no good discrimination. And that was exactly my argument. And I'm going to win in the Second Circuit. I'm going to win in the U.S. Supreme Court. We're going to invalidate that law. And Native Americans will be celebrated just like Irish and Italians and any other group of people that have made this country great. You cannot ban their celebration or the recognition of their identity. Can't do it.
How we get to name the Redskins back?
That was my question, yeah.
I still call them the Redskins.
Does it have any impact, Chap?
Well, that's a privately owned team. So we can only do it by public persuasion. But my strongest supporters are in North Dakota and the Lakota tribe, the Sioux of North Dakota. Why? Because they want to bring back the Fighting Sioux for North Dakota. They were furious that the NCAA made them basically ban that name, which was proposed and supported by the Lakota tribe.
Yeah, Chap, the interesting thing is in Virginia, many of the native tribes live in Charles City County, New Kent, which I represented. The majority of them were all in favor of the Redskins because it championed their heritage and their culture instead of some liberal whatever. I better be careful with my language.
Anyway.
That's
You
in
gotta
Richmond
You
telling
got
them
to
what to
win
do.
you got to win your 5th district seat in Petersburg and fix some potholes. That's all I'm interested in.
There you go.
Win that seat, and then we'll talk later about what the libtards
John, I'm
do.
gonna send you a photo, John, of me
I
standing
want you to
next
win
to
that
that top that pothole that's 18 inches deep, and I'm gonna
Go
be
fix the
standing in it.
pothole. That's why we named you. Actually, Saxman was in on this. That's why we named you Pothole Joe when you were running for Senate. Come on, man, fix a pothole, baby. Let's go. Hey guys, we're out of time. Want to thank everybody. Want to thank Chad Peterson for being with us. The Fight and Sioux, let's go. Redskins, let's go. Chiefs, let's go. All good. I'm at Colonial Downs. We'll be here this weekend. And I want to thank Chris Saxman, who I will see twice tomorrow on Godzilla Wins, and I think, and then here or something. Anyway, he's coming in. Can't wait to see Michelle. It's been too long. Haven't seen her since 2022 November. Way too long. Looking forward to that. And Joe, we'll see you soon. The next event we have here, you'll be here. And I want to thank all of our listeners on the John Fredericks Media Network. Don't forget, 9 to 11 a.m. tomorrow, Godzilla Wins. Chat was in our first show. That'll be on tomorrow.